6 get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite Group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender Group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks, to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne.
You have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard. Here you can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
Even though Nemesis is 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sads. Ducking and diving. Now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one. Trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance. He's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner. Lion Claw and Zen have rotated in. Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? It's Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, which surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not 1 but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swinging with a triple kill. Come on, Dodson! His teammate just thought that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox coming it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, make it a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs, and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2 and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, to go now. Coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely third, there's a 4th. He is farming right now.
Play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todzin and a Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse here, but he goes for the fake.
5v3. Oh my goodness, Kaiser's so blind.
Double kill.
They're just going to move. And on Knights now, they get caught. Dirty punch the first opener, and there's Famous for the one. Make it two, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. Now for LCK, where they want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail. Knife out. There we go.
Oh my God. Aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot. Needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega. Get himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. Unwinnable round here for Swamp, particularly with that entry from Awesome, but they're going to need more. Kais will have a pivotal role to play, but he falls to Alucard, and with that, it might just be the dream dead. Jin is on his own. Okay.
It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear.
We'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a third there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here at the bottom.
Feels a little dicey. Diving in. It's pretty low. Look at that C4 down, which is huge. We're going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him, and a second. The pistol pulled out. That is 2 really quick kills and making another. He's on for an absolute clip here.
Exactly what he is doing, but he's done it so late in the round that he might actually get the timing right. Anubis, oh, I have no idea. Doom's going to go down as well. Somehow Omega has threaded the needle and given 3BL a chance in this round, and all in the meanwhile, Gaino is on the other side of the map. This is ridiculous.
Saved by Spoxy already. That might make them not check him in the corner, but he's been seen now, that's for sure. And Famous will just about survive behind the boxes. Warbang frags will come through from Lionclaw. Gets a second on Famous after all that damage he's done, and it's a great round from Lionclaw to start us off here. Alright. Can it actually happen? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe Unlights will actually try and not complete embarrassment. Oh, maybe it will be complete embarrassment. They will pick Foxy 1 by 1. What a way to finish it.
Doesn't Anubis actually clear this, I should say, because if they don't, this is an opportunity for Frapsy to find himself a heroic play that's very much needed. Muppet does spot it, but he doesn't do a good job clearing it, so now Frapsy finds himself 2. Oh, why not make it a 3rd? They threw double nades on there. I mean, he'd be a dead man. He actually swings this. Wow, he swings this so wide. I thought he would have saw them. Oh, how does he get away with that? How does that even work? What? I don't know how he finds that kill and makes it a triple 2. Playing on a a second. This post plant, it is falling apart.
JK.
Yeah, JK, LOL indeed. Yeah, okay, Kane! What is that? What is that? How does he find a triple like that? This...
To suss things, it will. They're having a bit of a look into mid, but they've decided to go, and the timing looks to be pretty decent. This could actually work out for Nemesis. Alucard for 2. Horus and Snake fall, and now Totson as well. Still well set up to defend A, and all of B has now been cleared out by Vitality, so they're going to start to send the forces across, and Nemesis are aware of that. They have to hit the site quick, and Dipsy, well, he's taken matters into his own hands. A triple kill on the entry will make this round interesting.
To the historical ways of, you know, just being that ultra aggressive team, and they don't even allow the smokes to come through. Damn, trying to go for some shots. He actually brings the pistol out. Nice little bit of a double too, so that's the bomb dropped. Salty just hanging by, but look at Damn. Right, that's always the worst part, right? One of the worst parts. Oh, Muffin, yeah, that sounds good too when you give your backup like that. And
pretty much see everything. That kill onto Dirty will alert some attentions. Damp and Frapsy, finally some kills here for them.
We're calling for some reinforcements now. They are kind of tripping over each other a little bit though, but he still makes up for it, gets 2 very nicely. Hunter's coming through a little bit late, should get caught by Kai, so it's exactly what happens. Now Sad and DZY are the final 2 players remaining, and they're going to drop into Kai's from the heavens into hell. And now the force through from long. Vitality up against it, and that's why he's flanking up from short, coming through that smoke. Will Snake get caught in the open from that? He doesn't somehow. He flips around and takes the kill. Finds Famous 2. Oh, a third is unbelievable. Wow. Lots of damage on Pietro. How is he still standing? I'm not quite sure. Pistol now drawn, and Horus is there to help. That is the X factor from Vitality.
Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite Group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender Group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks, to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League.
Have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard. Here you can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
Even though Nemesis are 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sad. Ducking and diving, now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one, Trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance, he's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner, Lion Claw and Zen have rotated in, Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? It's Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, which surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not 1 but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swing here with a triple kill. Come on, Dodson! His teammate just showed that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox thumbing it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, make it a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs, and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2 and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, minute to go now. Coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely third, there's a 4th. He is farming right now.
Play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todd's in and Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse him, but he goes for the fake.
Away those lives for free. What they've done to get that early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kaiser's so blind.
They're just going to move. And on Knights now, they get caught. Dirty punch the first opener, and there's Famous for the one. Make it two, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. Now for LCK, where they want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail. Knife out. There we go.
Oh my god. Aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot. Needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega. Get himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. Unwinnable round here for Swamp, particularly with that entry from Awesome, but they're going to need more. Kais will have a pivotal role to play, but he falls to Alucard, and with that, it might just be the dream dead. Jin is on his own. Okay.
It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear.
We'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a third there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here at the box.
Feels a little dicey. The diving in. It's pretty low. Look at that C4 down, which is huge. We're going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him, and a second. The pistol pulled out. That is 2 really quick kills and making another. He's on for an absolute clip here.
Exactly what he is doing, but he's done it so late in the round that he might actually get the timing right. Anubis, oh, I have no idea. Doom's going to go down as well. Somehow Omega has threaded the needle and given 3BL a chance in this round. And all in the meanwhile, Gano is on the other side of the map. This is ridiculous.
So by Spoxy already, that might make them not check him in the corner, but he's been seen now, that's for sure. And Famous will just about survive behind the boxes. More bang frags will come through from Lionclaw. Gets a second on Famous after all that damage he's done, and it's a great round from Lionclaw to start us off here. Alright. Can it actually happen? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe Unlights will actually try and not get complete embarrassment. Oh, maybe it will be complete embarrassment. They will pick Foxy 1 by 1. What a way to finish it.
Doesn't Anubis actually clear this, I should say, because if they don't, this is an opportunity for Frapsy to find himself a heroic play that's very much needed. Muppin does spot it, but he doesn't do a good job clearing it. So now Frapsy finds himself 2. Oh, why not make it a 3rd? They threw double nades on there. I mean, he'd be a dead man. He actually swings this. Wow, he swings this so wide. I thought he would have saw them. Oh, how does he get away with that? How does that even work? What? I don't know how he finds that kill and makes it a triple 2. Hang on a second. This post plant, it is falling apart. JK. Yeah, JK. LOL indeed. Yeah. Okay. What is that? What is that? How does he find a triple like that? This.
To suss things, it will. They're having a bit of a look into mid, but they've decided to go, and the timing looks to be pretty decent. This could actually work out for Nemesis. Alucard for 2. Horus and Snake fall, and now Totson as well. Still well set up to defend A, and all of B has now been cleared out by Vitality, so they're going to start to send the forces across, and Nemesis are aware of that. They have to hit the site quick, and Tipsy, well, he's taken matters into his own hands. A triple kill on the entry will make this round interesting.
The historical ways of, you know, just being that ultra aggressive team, and they don't even allow the smokes to come through. Damp trying to go for some shots. He actually brings the pistol out. Nice little bit of a double 2, so that's the bomb dropped. Salty just hanging by, but look at Damp. Right, that's always the worst part, right? One of the worst parts. Oh, Muffin, yeah, that sounds good too when you give your backup like that. And
much see everything. That kill onto Dirty will alert some attentions. Damp and Frapsy, finally some kills here for them.
We're calling for some reinforcements now. They are kind of tripping over each other a little bit though, but he still makes up for it and gets 2 very nicely. Hunter's coming through a little bit late, should get caught by Kai, so it's exactly what happens. Now Sad and DZY are the final 2 players remaining, and they're going to drop into Kai's from the heavens into hell. Now the force through from long. Vitality up against it. And that's why he's flanking up from short, coming through that smoke. Will Stekny get caught in the open from that? He doesn't somehow. He flips around and takes the kill. Finds Famous 2. Oh, a 3rd is unbelievable. Wow. Lots of damage on Pietro. How is he still standing? I'm not quite sure. Pistol now drawn, and Horus is there to help. That is the X factor from Vitality. This is exactly the kind of game and performance I wanted to see.
This is the Hail Mary.
Every individual player is bringing their A game right now.
That's what I'm talking about. I've had enough of being quiet. I want to get things moving.
The Madison not able to get
Free! Oh my god, straight down through that smoke just makes it. Zane has what about Chris here? Yes, Trevor very scared going for that quick.
Hello and welcome to CFWL, and now we are just one. I mean, like, we don't have a lot of time to say like we are just like one step away from the playoffs, but it looks like, yeah, it's just around the corner. It's gonna be the next week, and I believe we have seen a lot of upsets and a lot of new stuff that we have witnessed in the CFWL. And for today, I'm gonna be your host, Seku, and of course by my side. This time it should go this way. Mr. Neo, how you doing, Neo?
I'm good, bro. I'm really looking forward to today, of course. Was yesterday casting, so a bit of a change up. First time on the desk for me, but I'm looking forward to it, man. It should be really fun. Got some really decent games as well, of course. Got that rematch of kind of the clash of the top two, which I think is always really, really exciting. You also got kind of teams sort of fighting for their survival within the contenders. So as we're getting towards the tail end now of kind of the main part of the season before we head into towards playoffs, it is really quite exciting.
Yeah, of course, it's really quite exciting, and I really want to break down what happened yesterday. So if you didn't watch yesterday's broadcast, we had Imperium get their first win on CFWL, and also we had that 3BL won versus Team Anubis, and of course we had two best of threes, like two series went to, I would say, full distance, and won only 2 games. We had Nemesis also win versus Unnuts. 3 really good games. I hope that if you miss the games, you can just like rewatch the VODs. You will be pretty entertained, and as always, you have Neon casting, so it's just like that. You have Neon, and also we had Volt, so you'll have everything on your side. And of course, that was yesterday, and for today we have 3 really good games, of course, and I believe we will kick off with 3BL versus Imperium. That I believe that 3BL players and management really want to thank Imperium on everything that they have done yesterday.
Yeah, they made their life a lot easier, of course. That the whole narrative heading in towards yesterday's game was kind of talking about Swamp sort of need to 2-0 this. If they drop a map, their chances of getting out of the contender group is actually already at risk. If they lose the series, then very much kind of at risk at the point that it's not even possible. So 3BL will be very, very happy with this. You still want to surely position over 3BL. Still got this game where I feel like, and of course, we learned a little bit yesterday with Imperium's upset over Swamp, that like you actually can't underestimate this side. You still got to treat them with the proper respect. I feel like at times Swamp came in towards that game yesterday and took it too easy, took it too lax, right? And they let opportunities slip by the wayside, and before you knew it, Imperium ran away with that third. So I think for me, the big hope is that when 3BL come in towards this, that they are just still sort of locked in. I know you can kind of generally coast a little bit against a side that are already eliminated, that are already going back into relegation, but you need to take them seriously because they've just picked up one decent win.
Yeah, they picked a really decent win, and they made effect on the league itself. Like, we were just having our calculators and trying to count points, rounds, kills, etc., everything. And then, like, yeah, Imperium, guys, you forgot about me. And they, boom, got Swamp red-handed, and it just went south for them. And now Swamp Gaming will join Imperium and promotion relegation playoffs, not playoffs, promotion relegation games. It's gonna be a lot hard to see the only NA representative in the league to get back down to have to play in promotion relegation, but I believe like they are in the restructure area, like era, I believe, after after Famous leaving the place. He had his project, they tried to do a lot of stuff, and then Famous, guys, it's not working out, so it shouldn't be that hard for them to get back.
Yeah, I mean, positive news for Swamp is that they're probably the most experienced team, maybe in the entirety of the West League when it comes to relegation. They are there, you know, for lack of a better term, more or less every single season. So they know it all too well. They always make it back into the West League as well. It's very, very rare that we see the side kind of drop out and then fail to come back up. So I think they'll be fine. Swamp know all too well about it. They've got enough talent in that roster as well that they should be better than the vast majority of the open teams coming up. So I think we should be seeing Swamp in towards next season. But it is a little bit annoying for them to have to drop in towards this slightly extra tournament just to stay alive in the West.
Yeah, and of course, trivia of the day, we have Unlight Victory versus Vitality. Of course, last week, that's the roster first CFWL series loss since ROC Esports April 2025, April 5th, 2025. It's almost a year and like a week or something like that. And yeah, that was their last clues. And yeah, it's like April is not their best month. It looks like Vitality, they always find a way to drop something. And I believe as we always go to Sundays, we should have some mini games and a lot of fun stuff to have on the desk. And for this one, Neo, I believe it should be a unique and a good one, and probably will show in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, I did. I did quite well last trivia. I will say last week's trivia. I want to say I actually got 5 out of 5 in like the little questions. I was already cast in those games, but I was pretty locked in. But we got map mystery. So is this, if I'm right in saying, is this the most maps played this season? Is that what we're doing?
Oh, probably, yeah, I believe that's the most maps played on this season. But for me, I will go with my ranking over maps when it comes to teams competing in CFWL. That's my perspective over it.
Okay.
Actually, I want to ask you first about sub-base. Like, we have seen a lot of sub-base. Where would you love to put sub-base in?
In terms of, is this how many times it's been played, or are we talking just for this region? Because I think for the region, I think it's pretty popular. I would definitely say it's probably towards the top end. I think it's maybe middle of the pack. I think probably like, you're looking like top end for this region. I think Ankara is just played like all the time. You've also got Black Widow as well, which is played super commonly. Compound's always like, it always feels like it's in kind of those decider positions. So I feel like they're like the big three, and then we've got Eagle Eye kind of just a bit behind it too. Obviously, I think primarily boosted by teams like LCK, and then you got the other side where it's like team maps that never played, like New Mexico. Really, I think Vitality are the ones who've really been playing it. We've had a bit of Port, but I think Port's been unfortunate where it's like it is kind of liked in the region, but it's always a decider map, and a lot of these series aren't going to deciders, so it's kind of there as that third map. So I think probably like the most played / best for the region, I would probably say is like a Black Widow.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd probably say Black Widow, maybe then an Ankara.
Black Widow, then Ankara. So Black Widow in S tier, Ankara on A tier.
So yeah, that kind of works for me. I say that. Yeah, Black Widow S tier, Ankara A. I think you could.
For me, I don't know. Okay. So for me, I always see a lot of teams play sub-base. Of course, you have mentioned New Mexico. Of course, New Mexico, I'm gonna put it in D. And if we have D plus something below D, like give me the Z. I don't know. Like New Mexico is pretty down there. Yeah. So that's of course for New Mexico. We don't play it a lot in the West League. Also, I'm not sure if we go internationally, we'll see New Mexico from our team. So it would be pretty hard. But of course, keep in mind that we still have the best of 5s to unfold those stuff. Yeah. You mentioned Black Widow and Ankara on S and A. For sub-base, like I asked you about sub-base, but that's because it's pretty popular, as you have mentioned earlier. So for me, not Black Widow, I'm sorry, sub-base, I would put it in A. Like it's not the best map that we see on the league, but we have a lot of teams that know how to break the ice in sub-base. So we still have Eagle Eye, and actually we have a lot of good teams playing Eagle Eye.
Yeah, I would say Eagle Eye is like B tier, I would say, just because I think we get it played a decent amount, but I actually only think there's like 2 like good teams at this in the West. You know, I think LCK are the best of Eagle Eye. I think it's kind of for a long time been their pocket pick map. You know, they're kind of the first team really in the West that were actually like consistently rocking the double sniper setups. So for me, I think, you know, I would put it B tier. I think that's sort of where Eagle Eye deserves to be. I would make the argument, no, we don't have to change it, but I would actually make the argument of like having sub-base B and compound A, and then having like 2 in A, 2 in B, And then C tier, you could put like Port, for example. That's sort of where I would maybe lean. Like do like A tier, like an Ankara Compound, just because they're always played in the West. And then B tier be like Subbase and Eagle Eye, because they are played, but mainly only by the top teams, not so much by the bottom teams to like a good level.
For Subbase in Ankara, okay. For me, why I put Subbase in A tier, it's basically that for the international events. Like, I believe if we're going internationally, we should see a lot of Subbase being brought by our teams. That's the only thing why I would put it in A tier, and I believe we won on Subbase versus Brazilian teams, and we have a lot of good experience or like good record when it comes to Subbase on international. So we still have New Compound and Port, and to be honest, I will go with you that we put Port on C tier. We're not the best on the Port. And New Compound, like, I'm gonna switch it. Like, you go Subbase C tier, I go Subbase A tier, and I put New Compound in B tier. That's the only difference I'm gonna do.
Let's do that. Compound B tier, I think, is absolutely fine. I think it is always just like, it's a map that it kind of becomes a bit of a default map, I think, within the West League. It's like what a lot of kind of, no matter what level you're at, whether you're kind of teams coming up from Open or even like kind of the top teams, it's in a lot of their vetoes. It's in a lot of these kind of like best of threes, and best of fives is basically always played as well. We kind of pretty consistently see New Mexico get banned out here, or at least domestically within the West League. Internationally, New Mexico's actually brought in quite a lot more. A lot of the Brazilian teams really like playing New Mexico. It's very popular in that region. And you see it a little bit more from some kind of the Filipino side, try throwing a couple of curveballs internationally. But I think here, New Mexico is really not popular apart from the Vitality. There's actually a chance we see it in that Vitality LCK game. It did come up earlier in the season, in the regular season, so there's maybe a world we see it later on today. But generally speaking, I think this is a pretty good list for me. I'm not so upset with that. I think it's pretty good.
That's for the mini game. Thank you so much, guys, and I hope that the guys in the comments they agree with us on the picking when it comes to the maps and everything, on what they would love to see. And of course, write in the comments what would you put in S tier, A tier, and B tier. And yeah, we all know where we have New Mexico. It's pretty down there, but before we get to our games, let's bring back the tournament overview. And I believe all of us already know how this tournament go. Phase 1, 8 teams, single elimination. Phase 2, we're at the final day of it, funny enough. And of course, we have the playoffs next week. Top 6 teams, double elimination, best of 5, and the total prize pool is just like, you can buy a yacht with it. It's that big. Just saying, a good one.
Yeah. It's a huge prize pool. I think it's generally what we can kind of consider sort of life-changing money, and especially for kind of some of these teams, like that goes a hell of a long way. 56,000, that's a massive amount to be taken for that first place. But then it's also the kind of the additives on top of the prize pool itself, which is kind of points, of course, to qualify for the big S-tier tournaments, things like your EWCs, things like your grand finals in China at that tail end of the year. So it's a huge thing to really have, not only kind of the prize pool itself domestically, but the qualification to these big events throughout the year. And I think obviously kind of EWC, which has, one of the biggest prize pools we've kind of ever seen in CrossFire 2, which is absolutely insane. So that's what these teams are also fighting for, not only kind of qualifying there, but once they get there, having the reps under their belts. We've just kind of ran through the map pool, but this is the pool that we're rocking with at the moment. It shouldn't really be too much of a surprise to most people.
Yeah, and I love that you mentioned the EWC, and I believe EWC is around the corner. We will
sort of July, August time.
Yeah, of course, July, August time. So it's getting closer to EWC. We have CFS summary. We have a lot of tournaments that's coming up on 2026. We have CFS. So a lot of international events that the players, the orgs would love to be part of. And yeah, the EWC, I believe, I don't know. I would love to see more than a team from the CFWL to get to higher seedings in the EWC. I hope that we can see a top 4 from our league, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, it really has felt like this Vitality side have been kind of like, pushing that for a while. I feel like they got quite hard done by last EWC. They got reverse sweeped, and it was a little bit of a rough one from them. But they actually had a pretty decent chance. I thought there was like really one point I thought they were honestly going to take that series, and it ended up not being the case. But I do feel like this Vitality side definitely have the ability to really go the distance in a tournament. Maybe make themselves towards the top 4. Unfortunately, I don't really think it's possible for any of the other teams right now. I think LCK could maybe get out of groups depending on how they're seeded and what their groups are. But whoever else kind of comes through, whether it's like an Nemesis or a Knight, I don't really expect too much, and that's kind of been the case. Unfortunately, for a while now, the West League has sort of been the slight punching bag in the international scene, with Vitality being the only team that really can compete.
It was like that for a long time, to be honest. But still, I mean, for this year, I still have some high hopes, of course, of Vitality. And the recent performance that we have seen from Unlights rings a bell to me to like, yeah, guys, watch out, Unlights. They might have a chance internationally, of course, if they qualified. LCK been always there, and the players, the teams itself, we should expect a lot from them. Of course, international events are different, but they still got a chance to have something in it. And of course, that's our playoffs brackets, but keep in mind that's only before we start our games today, so everything can just change. Like, yeah, Nemesis can just drop to the 3rd place if LCK win. Versus Vitality, we can see Anubis changing place with 3PL, so that's just before we start the game. So guys, that's the overview, but like after today's matches, you will have the certain things that you will see next week.
Yeah, I mean, there's a real world it could flip between kind of that second and the third. So definitely worth keeping an eye out for. But then also at the same time, being, pretty frank, that regardless of who is second or third, like, I would just back either LCK or Nemesis over 3BL. So fundamentally, I don't think it's going to make too much of a difference, and they probably will end up facing off against each other in that upper bracket round 2. But starting a little bit later on in the water tournament is always a nice thing to have. It just gives you a little bit more breathing room. But I also like to make the argument that I think sometimes when we get to these playoffs and these sort of systems that come through, I actually think getting a match out the way against a team that you should be beating, like if it is LCK to take down kind of 3BL, like they should be winning that, should be winning it cleanly, kind of 2-0. I think that's really good for the confidence. I think that's really good for warming you up in towards playoffs. And I think potentially that actually can be a booster. I've seen it happen plenty of times where teams who start earlier in the playoff bracket, don't have a game off, end up scaling quite well in towards the playoffs themselves. So we'll see. But either way, here are our day 13 games on the schedule. We've got Imperium taking on 3BL to kickstart the day, then Swamp taking on Anubis and seeing it off with Vitality LCK. A banger between the two best teams in the West League to round out the day.
Yeah, of course, and for today, let's just start to break down 3BL Galaxy versus Imperium. I know those teams are still in the contenders group, but we have another Egyptian derby. I don't know how many Egyptian derbies do we have in the league. Like, we had one yesterday. Each week, you gotta find one. Like, I don't know, at least one a week. That's how it is with the CFWL. And for today, speaking of Imperium and of course 3BL Galaxy, I believe we should find the sub-base game in this series. Like as Penguin mentioned earlier, like it's Egyptian territory when it comes to sub-base in the CFWL. You need to find the sub-base, and for Team Imperium yesterday they played really good new compound, so that's one of the maps that I will be expecting out of them. Not sure what's gonna be the decider, but those maps are one of the backbones for those two teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd be surprised if you don't see a sub-base coming through. It just feels like a really decent map, kind of generally for the region. To be honest, I could also see it not coming through if we get something like a new compound, maybe an Ankara. I feel like there's a world that so basically actually could be floaters of the cider. And last 2 times these sides played in the groups, all the way back in kind of like the later stages of March, it was new compound to start things off, and then an Ankara in which 3BL won 2-0. So I have a feeling that we could get a similar looking veto here as well, and there might be a world in which it's floated but potentially not needed. But here are the results for this 3BL side as well. On the balance of 3 losses, but on Night LCK and Nemesis, kind of all makes sense here. The kind of teams from that elite league. But it's, dropping a series towards Anubis puts them in a little bit of a weirder spot. Wins over Imperium and Swamp are obviously good, but it's pretty distinct where this side are at right now for 3BL. They can't really compete with the top 4, officially. Maybe they can kind of steal a map as they did against LCK, but they generally can't really compete with those top 4. They're better than the relegation team, so they're stuck within essentially that, that pretty awkward spot with between 5th and 6th, and that's it.
Funny enough, it feels like they are on the in the middle of the stairs. Like they are not with the top dogs. They're not like on the next level, and they are not so down to be relegated. So they're just standing on the stairs and yeah, you're looking down. No, I'm not there. Looking up. Still need some time. Still keep in mind that 3BL Galaxy, their players are pretty young. We have on average, I don't know, 22 years old on average the team, or 21, something like that. So they're still young and they have the talent and they got what it takes to compete. And I believe with the 3BL Galaxy, they just had a LAN event in Egypt, and after this LAN event they played versus Vitality. It feels like they are a different team. They got the LAN event buff. Of course, they didn't win versus Vitality. Nothing against 3BL, of course. Here playing versus the top dog. So yeah, that's just a normal day in the house for Vitality. And after the LAN event, they won versus Anubis, and today they have Imperium on their plate. I believe they should find a way to win versus Imperium. They only got 1 win. It was crucial for 3BL, but that's the case for them. And for Imperium, they have a lot of new talents and of course some veterans. We have of course Jaguar, one of the old players that we have seen in Anubis roster. And for you, Neo, how do you feel about seeing player like Jaguar struggling so hard with a team like Imperium?
Well, yeah, it's sad to see, obviously, because he's sort of a bit of a vet, right? He's been doing this as longer than I've been even involved within the kind of the West League. But I think it's also kind of maybe a different kind of step in his career, where rather than kind of what he's been in the past with kind of his sort of countrymen in a sense, but teams that have always been kind of guaranteed as the West League, he's sort of taking a step back and trying to sort of slightly rebuild a roster. And when you look towards him, generally speaking, I wouldn't look towards him to be the real numbers man on this side. I think he's there as a veteran. He's there as kind of a bit more of a leader, a bit more of that experience. And we actually got to look towards other players on this side to really pick up the numbers department. Unfortunately, that's not happened. I think at times for Imperium, it feels like the calling's been fairly decent. Like the ideas are quite good. It's just the execution's not quite there for them. And I think it's no shocker to see that all of us have gone against Imperium in this one. We're all voted for 3BL as our predictions. Because, yeah, as much as they got that upset yesterday against Swamp, 3BL a lot more solid. I was a little bit worried about them coming in towards contender stage, 3BL, but a winner over Anubis, the only team that are directly in competition with them at the moment, that's a big win for them. So I think 3BL, the form's looking decent at the moment. And I can't see a world that Imperium pull off that much of a shock here.
Yeah, me either. I don't see that Imperium can find a way to bring this home again and have their second win in the CFW. But I hope to see an upset like the one we have seen yesterday. But for me, I would say that 3BL, and I believe you would agree with me, they have better aim, they have better strats when it comes to having execution over maps. I believe their map pool is kinda a little bit bigger than Imperium, since they have a coach, they do strats, they practice, I believe more. I'm not sure when it comes to Imperium, but I know that 3BL Galaxy, they are fully invested in CFWL, and they are trying to bit by bit to get closer to find a way to be one of the top 4 teams. Of course, that will need a lot of time, but with time, I believe we've seen a lot of really good players. Speaking of Noxen and the rest, Omega, the 3BL roster, need time, yes, but they need their maps. And speaking of maps, they have Subbase, as you've mentioned, that it's one of their best maps. And new compound, like we are seeing like a shakedown for their picks, and they decided it will be Eagle Eye. And I don't know, I don't see a special sniper player on Imperium, to be honest. 3BL, yeah, they have a decent one.
Yeah, it's a slight variation from the last time it was played as well between these two sides. In the regular season, that was New Compound Ankara, and then Subbase as a decider in that one. Bit of a change up here, and I think maybe even as well when you look at this, is for the likes of Imperium, they're actually quite happy to get a bit of a change, to be honest. I feel like they obviously didn't really offer up that much. That Ankara did go to OT, but 3BL swept the OT. They made it look pretty comfortable. So that Ankara is not here, and for 3BL as well, for them, it's given them a little bit of room to play around with the veto process. They're going in towards that Subbase. It could be a decent little punish as well on towards Imperium. I expect that these two sides have actually done a fair decent amount of kind of practice against each other too in scrims throughout this regular season. And I feel like they've probably just seen something and said, right, this is a map in which we can really punish them on and really do quite well. So I'm potentially a little worry that this could be a bit of a blowout for Imperium, in favor of 3BL against Imperium.
Oh, we'll see. And yeah, you mentioned Ankara, and for Ankara, 3BL Galaxy, they struggled a lot in Ankara. They don't have really good lineups when they're playing on Blacklist, basically on B side. We have seen that before in their games versus Imperium. They were just like running, gunning, trying to do something sketchy. I remember that game went to overtime, and we were like, "Come on, guys, who's getting this win?" And it felt like it was kind of off. But I believe that those teams, they got something to do, like some business to finish here. 3BL, they scored their place in the playoffs. Imperium, they know that they're just down to the relegation, so it should be like no one have pressure, and they should have a lot of fun here.
Yeah, exactly that. I'm kind of looking forward to just seeing, maybe with the pressure off the shoulders as well, do we actually get to see where teams kind of maybe test things a little bit. I think in particular, you can kind of look at this and say there's a real world for a side like 3BL that you come in towards this and actually start to see, maybe we can have a little fun with it or try out a few ideas before heading in towards the playoffs. Or, for them, they're in a spot where they're guaranteed to be going forward into the next stage, but they're going to come across some pretty solid opposition, whether it's the likes of Nemesis or LCK. So maybe this is a chance to kind of try a couple of strats that you maybe haven't tried before and see if you can pull something off. We'll have to see. But just while we wait for this game to get underway, we're going to throw this one to a little bit of a break. So make sure to sit tight, and we'll see you soon.
Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams, as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite Group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender Group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks, to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne.
You have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard. Here you can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
Even though Nemesis are 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sads, ducking and diving. Now Dipsy in an awkward position, does find one. Trade isn't quick enough though, gives Dipsy a chance. He's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner, Lion Claw and Zen have rotated in, Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? It's Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, but surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not 1 but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swing here with a triple kill. Come on, Todzin! His teammate just thought that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox topping it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, make it a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs, and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2 and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, minute to go now. Coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely 3rd, there's a 4th. He is farming right now.
Play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todzin and a Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse here, but he goes for the fake.
Done to get that early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kaiser's so blind.
Double kill.
They're just going to move. And on Knights now, they get caught. Dirty punch the first opener, and there's Famous for the 1, make it 2, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored.
And now for LCK, where they want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
See if Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail, knife out. There we go.
Oh my god. Aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot. Needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega. Got himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. Unwinnable round here for Swamp, particularly with that entry from Awesome, but they're going to need more. Kai's will have a pivotal role to play, but he falls to Alucard, and with that, it might just be the dream dead. Jin is on his own. Okay.
It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear.
We'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a third there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here in the box.
Feels a little dicey. The diving in. It's pretty low. Put that C4 down, which is huge. He's going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him, and a second. The pistol pulled out. That is 2 really quick kills and making another. He's on for an absolute clip here.
Exactly what he is doing, but he's done it so late in the round that he might actually get the timing right. Anubis, oh, I have no idea. Doom's going to go down as well. Somehow Omega has threaded the needle and given 3BL a chance in this round, and all in the meanwhile, Gaino is on the other side of the map. This is ridiculous.
So by Spoxy already, that might make them not check him in the corner, but he's been seen now, that's for sure. And Famous will just about survive behind the boxes. This is exactly the kind of game and performance I wanted to see.
This is the Hail Mary.
Every individual player is bringing their A game right now.
That's what I'm talking about. I've had enough of being quiet. I want to get things moving.
The Madison not able to get
Free! Oh my word, straight out through that smoke just recently. Zane has spotting out Chris here. Yes, Trevor very scared going for that swing.
And of course we're back to, no, actually not the game, we're just back here chilling. Me and Neo gonna have a small talk, like having some chit chat about the game itself. We still got 3BL and Imperium trying to get ready for the game, but Like, yeah, we talked a lot about the game, but like, I want to ask you about like the players. Who should we be waiting, or like who should we have our eyes on?
I mean, it's a good question. I think yesterday it's tough to judge with this Imperium roster just because I don't really even know like how high the ceiling goes outside obviously the experience of somebody like a Jaguar. I will say there was a couple of moments where Riz looked okay. Like I felt like he could prove that there's like something about him and at least a bit of proof that what he can do. Maybe Frapsy as well. NX Lon also had some nice moments. But it looks like we are finally ready to get this show on the road. So we'll see whether that is the case. We're going to throw it over towards the boys on the cast. We've got Trav and Kyle. Take it away, guys.
Yes, sir, another day, another lot of action on the CrossFire West League to come. Looking forward to it. And Carl alongside me, the legend himself. Always know we're going to get some good games when I'm on the cast, Kyle, because seemingly I'm the curse that makes games go all the way 3 maps, all the way to the golden rounds, makes them go forever and delays all our dinner times. You'd think that a couple of these, mate, wouldn't go that way.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say it's going to be a stretch to see a third map in this first one, but if you being here gets us 3 on the last series of the day, I mean, LCK Vitality, that always delivers, so I'm here for that one, absolutely. But yeah, I think this first series of the day, you've got 3BL actually looking pretty good, I would say, as of late, so I would be very surprised, even with Imperium picking up a nice little win yesterday, I just don't see them pulling off a map in this series, because 3BL to me looks like one of the best teams in the contender side, so I would be surprised to see them let one slip here.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, Imperium, sure, they would have got tons of confidence from finally getting a W on the board in the entire season, right? But, you can never actually know for sure how that's going to affect you from day to day and how you're going to be able to perform from day to day. And it might only be a bit of a flash in the pan for them. We'll see if that's the case or not as we get underway on sub base. 3BL looking to go aggressive a little bit there with Hunt. We know that he should be one of the main factors for this team as a leader and as a fragger. He's been doing some great stuff on the team lately. Riz is waiting in the vent, though, for Noxin to peek forward. So it will be an early 4v4 with significant damage done and the bomb plant down.
Yeah, some really good intuition there from Riz to hold on to that flank position and wait for the rotation to come through. He's still actually going to be holding on to the vent, but now they're completely aware of that position. Hunt going to be lurking for that potential kill, but Riz, if he can find a second from the vent, this could be huge for Imperium. He's going to be able to find it as well, and now they've got a really solid chance of hanging on in the post plant here. Jaguar and Frapsy holding down low, Damp as well on the support, getting it done, but it's actually Frapsy who picks up the 3-piece for his team. Huge way to get that momentum on the side of Imperium to kick this one off.
Yeah, really nice start for Frapsy there. That was definitely a couple of moments that we thought, well, maybe 3BL could work their way back in, but if Frapsy's going to do that, then yeah, very solid hold for him. Exactly the start Imperium would have needed and wanted to kind of feel as confident as they would have felt after yesterday, finally getting that W on the board, but different day, different team they're facing, of course, as well. And as you mentioned, 3BL are looking very solid in that contenders group, which we'll talk a bit more about in a little bit as the day goes on to see how that transpires. But the damage for Noxin early, but also on to Noxin. We've got team him and Riz both on very low HP in round 2 already.
Yeah, a lot of this round is going to come down to the B execution. You can see them slowly pinching into the bomb site. Weirdly enough, though, Jaguar's kind of all alone outside of the A doors holding on to the C4, so he's going to have to eventually group that over with the rest of his team towards this B execute. So I'm curious to see if he'll follow suit pretty soon and go in for this full push. It looks like they're already getting set up for it here. Noxin in a bit of a difficult position to hold on to. It's really hard to be more than one and done from this angle on rafters, so he needs to make sure he can at least stall on this push. He's not going to get checked as well by Riz. That's a crucial error. 3BL kind of cleaning house on these entries. It's already down to just Damp stuck on the top of the lockers. He's going to be spotted by Noxin. Goes for the re-peek in 3BL. They answer back with their full force here to tie it up.
Yeah, Noxin was the guy that started the round pretty much with that damage on Riz early, and then he sort of just plays pretty quietly for the rest of the round, and then at the end really activates on the low HP, knowing it doesn't matter once they had as big an advantage as they did. And he's done very well to find the couple of kills that he did find. I mean, that one to finish off the round was very comfortable. So now Omega waiting for Riz to see if he does want to push down the stairs on toward the A-bomb site again. They've got 2 players there for a split second on that A side of the map, sorry. But now they're going to split up a bit better and go in toward that control room and keep 2 over toward B. Only Omega now on that line.
Yeah, a round like this is going to be really important for Imperium, especially after a confident first round, but getting pretty much shut down in the second. I want to see how they'll respond to kind of the wall they were dealt with on that B bomb side. It almost makes it really likely they're going to put that pressure on A this time around. They do have to be a little bit cautious of Rizd, though. He's been pretty successful in his entries from the vent position, but this time around, it's going to be sad on the counter boost. Hits the shot onto Frapsy. Great entry frag going the way of 3BL. Now they've got the advantage, and they can kind of just sit tight here and wait for that push to come to life. The problem they're going to run into, though, is taking A at the last minute is extremely challenging on this map, especially with them having Sad already in position to rotate to upper A. This could play to their advantage, but just as I say that, Omega's actually fallen off the site, so the lower bomb side is now completely exposed.
Yeah, definitely doable now with that little bit of a movement from 3BL. Damper's going to look for a kill on the push forward through the doors, and that is a really nice one to grab. That makes A even easier to attack now for the Imperium side, and I think they realise that. They know that Omega has played there before, so they're going to push down onto it now. Going to try and avoid Sad up in the heavens in the control room, but that's a good pick to recover it back into a 3v4. You keep them an advantage when they want to go for this retake, but Damp will do exactly the same thing again. Another important kill to recover this situation, and now in the 3v3 retake, they're going to have to push down as a collective, but it's not easy to retake.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough angle to hold on to. Noxon, though, goes down right away, but Sad on the trades with Hunt completely able to flip the script here. Jaguar now stuck on the pyramid boxes, just trying to stall this clock, but there is no time to hold on to for him. Hunt just goes aggressive, jumps over the top, and secures this round. But 3BL doing a lot now on their defenses. You got to give a shout out to Damp, though, in that round. He had so many key entries that gave them a fighting chance, but Imperium just couldn't hold on to it.
Sad will watch for the cross. Sees 2 players jumping. A bit of damage done to Sad as well, to be fair. But again, pretty quick play here from Imperium. Straight down toward A. No hesitation on this occasion. That does catch 3BL off guard a little bit. Once again, they have the C4 in position to get it planted. But knocks in. Oh my goodness. He probably could have saved his teammate there, I reckon. Easy Y going down. Wasn't a clean kill for Noxin. Hunt does peek forward and find Nexlon, though. And now Hunt dancing with the angle, able to find Frapsy as well. So all of a sudden, it's all down to Damp, stuck on the site. They now know where he is. They've spotted him out. That gives space to Noxin to push down. And Damp will try and force the issue, and I don't blame him. Try and make it 1v1. He's on exactly that. And goes a little bit too high above the boxes, though, up against Noxin. And it's another clutch for 3BL.
Yeah, really good round there from Imperium once they were able to get that side control, but 3BL, they're just looking a lot cleaner on the retake. Damp, though, I'm not sure why he overextended so aggressively at the same time. Both of those 1v1s, he was just going in, swinging as fast as he could, and I feel like if he just slows the pace down a little bit there, he has a really good chance to hold on to that round. But this time, it is going to be 3BL getting the best of the opening picks. Damp goes out early, and that is a huge frag to have on the table for 3BL, because Damp and Frapsy have really been the keys to finding the entries in these rounds for Imperium.
That's very often the case, but that is a good aggressive line for Nexlon to hold. DZY does go looking for it and wanted to at least get information about what was going on there, and gets punished for it. So, recovery kill into the 4v4.
I'm liking the setup here, at least, though, from Imperium. They're trying to bait out this kill on the A double doors, and you can see Rizd holding the off angle onto Nox, and if he can find that, they at least have the opportunity to open up this round and maybe get something rolling towards that A bomb side. And from what we've seen so far, they do have a little bit more success in fighting on that side of the map. This B bomb side is just so hard to fight your way into, just having those 2 narrow corridors to get through. So it's really going to put that extra pressure onto Imperium, especially already being down 3-1 here. This is definitely a map where it tends to be kind of 50-50 on both sides. So if you don't go into that second half with a pretty close game on your hands, it can feel like you've got an uphill battle at the very least to go up against in that second half. But Hunt I do like the positioning change up as well here. He hasn't been sniping as much. They're not going to be ready for it. And he finds the first kill onto Frapsy. Now has to fall back and reset. But Riz, how does he not know he's still in the corner? He's already killed a player. Make it 3, though. He's just going to clean house here. Gets the whole quad kill. Solo hold coming out from Hunt. What a way to get it rolling forward.
Oh, there's one man that's going to get hyped up from that sort of a play. It will be Hunt. We know how animated he can get on the player cam, so that is going to make him feel very, very good. As you say, been mostly rifling, I feel like, when he's been in-game leading. Obviously, we're sad on the team now, but when he picks up that secondary TRG, well, I tell you what, that couldn't have been better. Sure, you could argue... We see the replay on the left-hand side of your screen here. Maybe you could criticize Imperium for going at him a little bit one by one, but the way Hunt danced around the site, I mean, really, it's just as well done from him as it is poorly done from Imperium. So I think Hunt deserves all the credit for it. 11 kills on the board already.
Yeah, I mean, Hunt clearly leading the pack here for 3BL, like almost so much so I didn't even realize they have a player that has yet to put one up on the board for them, but he hasn't needed to. Omega's just kind of that anchor support, getting the information, and you've had Sad and Hunt dealing with a lot of the key frags here. This time, though, Imperium knows they need to do something aggressive to answer back, and so far it's looking pretty good on the B-bomb site. They find 2 kills. DZY and Noxon going down very early. A lot of damage, though, dealt onto Frapsy in that initial fight, so we'll see if they can hang on to this, but they've got a huge advantage to work with, and Sad... Oh, what a shot from Riz. Gets clipped off of the corner, and now it's only on to Hunt and Omega. But Hunt, we've seen him do it once already. Surely not again. He's only got a 1v2 now, thanks to the retake entries they've been able to find so far. And Damp, he's down to just 10 HP, but this clock is ticking. Hunt, he's now stuck in the corner, and Riz, what a perfect maneuver here. Hides behind enemy lines here, gets tucked away in the back of Cage, and he may have just stalled the clock perfectly enough to hold on in this 1v1 situation. Hunt able to get the first kill, but he has to stick the defuse. There's no time, and Riz able to capitalize.
Yeah, Riz has done really well there. You know, at first it maybe looks like to some people that he missed the jump. I think maybe obviously a little bit nervy, but I still think he played it right. He played it well to delay that clock, did everything that you should in that scenario to make sure that that defuse cannot come through. It doesn't matter if you die, as long as that defuse cannot come through. And Hunt, again, gives it a really good go. And to be fair, with Omega's first 2 kills of the game, he gave it a good go as well on that retake. But, yeah, nothing doing on this occasion. Nice try from 3BL, but Imperium will keep themselves within 2.
Here comes the push, though. Omega, first point of contact along with Hunt, but of course they're going to be able to find this between the two of them, getting a couple kills. Hunt good for a second as well from up top. The trade as well from Riz, not going to happen. A little bit late to that one. Hunt somehow still alive from the upper A bomb site, getting 3 kills already to his name in the round. Damp left alone on the lower missile, and Noxon's already right behind him. He has no clue, but Noxon, ooh, a little bit dicey there, still gets the job done. But the real story here is Hunt 16-3 now.
That is unbelievable. I don't think in any game, even like prime famous games that I've watched in the CFWL, I haven't seen him go 16-3. This is wild from Hunt. Incredible performance so far. And obviously not to say that players like Famous or, you know, Spoxy or anyone like that can't do that sort of KD and can't make it happen for them when they go super aggressive like they have been doing, but Hunt has been unbelievable. One of the best games I've ever seen in this league. Damp's done really well here to recover the round into a 2v2. It really looked like a done deal again for 3BL. Lots of early round pushes and kerfuffles in play. And now they can settle down in this 2v2 a little bit better.
Yeah, this is going to be a key round for 3BL. They've got that momentum from Hunt, but this is one of the few rounds he goes down without a kill, and they've got to show they can still pull the win through without him. And now it's going to be on to Damp to try and put a stop to that, though. He's only a little under half HP left to work with, so he needs to be careful on how he takes this approach, but he has been pretty successful in these slow peaks with the TRG, finding some early entries for the team here. But Frapsy as well, going to group up with him for the upper B push, and they may have made the best call they could here in this situation. There's no real coverage on this B bomb site. They're going to have a chance to sneak in and play this one on the full retake, but they do need to be careful on the other side. 3BL still has pretty much full utility to work with for this retake.
Yeah, how do they set themselves up? You want to try and play together in some way, but difficult on this site to really do that and not give up 1v1s. Frapsy is going to hold the line, and that is a nice one to grab. That makes it all the more difficult now for Sad trying to force his way in. He's been seen as well. And Frapsy will not want to give him the time of day. Once again, looking to just to try and play the bomb rather than play the opponent. I think that is the best course of action, because that time is ticking down bit by bit. And even if these kills do come in for Sad now, he cannot defuse the bomb from here. So that's 2 rounds now for Imperium that they've been able to grab purely by wasting that bomb timer down to 0.
Yeah, honestly, just some really good post-plant positioning here from Imperium. I like the choice to go through flank vents, stall the clock, and really put the pressure onto 3BL. On top of that, Damp just doing good in these post-plant positioning choices as well, holding on to that TRG lane control. So now it's going to be on to 3BL to get a little bit more done, even though they have a really stellar half from the side of Hunt. A 5-4 half wouldn't be the best way to end this one for them, considering how dominant they've looked in the first part of this match.
Hunt once again trying to get himself into the action. Actually not going to be provided with any fight on the doors for a while yet. Nexlon is sort of wandering around there, but considering how the beginning of the previous round went down, maybe that is why Imperium are playing a little bit safer here, knowing how aggressive 3BL were. They're going to try and grab a 3-round lead in the first half. Imperium looking to try and keep 3BL to 1.
Yeah, you can see Hunt here. He wants to take that fight on the A doors, but has to be a little bit careful. A couple players already on the other side of it. It's going to be Frapsy kind of leading and looking for that early kill if they can find it. So Hunt, he decides to reposition on the top of the A stairs, which could end up paying off for him, but we're also starting to see them group up for a full A push as well, and this is where the rotations are going to have to be on point for 3BL. There's only 2 players defending this bomb site. They're going to be split down the middle too, so they have to be really cautious on this upper A position, because Sad, he could quickly be traded out of this one. Here comes the push anyways. Jaguar going to be leading into it. Sad misses the first, able to still get the kill before going down, but Hunt, he's not going to find anything on the A staircase. Rizd as well with the L-turn push, able to find a huge double kill, leaving it all up to Noxon for a chance to get the round, but it's still a 1v4. This is going to be a tough task.
Yeah, it doesn't look possible, does it? This is a good fight from Imperium here at the end of the first half. I don't think they should be upset with this result whatsoever. 3BL looked in full control. You had Hunt just running riot. But as I always say in these situations, right, if Hunt started to cool off and didn't get these multis, who would be the player to step up in his stead? And that combination of the cool off and no player really stepping up in his stead means that Imperium are going to find the last couple of rounds of this first half and do very well at it as well. And just like before, we're going to have another bomb explosion to end it off. So 4 rounds for Imperium, genuinely decent considering how good Hunt has been in that first half of play. And they'll take that, I think, every day of the week.
Yeah, honestly, a really good turnaround, but it does present the question here as well of what's 3BL going to change up here in the second half. You had Hunt go the last 2 rounds without a kill, and the rounds he hasn't been able to find anything have been extremely difficult for 3BL to find a way to win. So they really need somebody else on this team to step up in a similar fashion to find these early round kills and get the ball rolling. But Hunt, this time, he's going to go aggressive in the vents, gets exposed pretty early from Riz on the opposite side of it, so he decides to back off here. But this is the problem I think they're going to run into if they're putting Hunt as that entry. He doesn't have that support with him a lot of the time in the way he's playing as well. They really need to find a way to rally in other ways, or at least give Hunt a little bit more potential before he goes down, because you can tell Imperium, they've adapted to Hunt's aggression very quickly here.
Yeah, trying to jiggle out some information there, Hunt. Of course, concerned about maybe there being a player behind the box who's not showed himself yet, but that would be very wallbangable if that was the case. And Jaguar, oh, maybe Hunt was actually full blind for that. It did seem like maybe he saw him for a split second before he was full white on that one. Either way, I think most things have been going well for him in this game, so he'll once again keep that up. Jaguar, I believe, without a frag in this one. We haven't had a tech pause or any sort of pause, so there's been no scoreboard reset. So, really rough one for him. Riz, though, will hold on brilliantly for 2 again. Not the first time he's gotten a multi-kill, and it was absolutely necessary, but Omega will catch Frapsy. And that means they can now work their way down toward A. Sure, rotation here is here pretty quickly, but they can still win these duels. One player now occupied with that bomb plant. That is sad. He's stuck behind the back of the site and not ready for Nexon to be so close. Now Omega is very, very low. That could be a dunk. Doesn't get the damage just yet, though, and Omega is still standing, but in the end, Nexon will find the frag. And Imperium are now all tied up.
Yeah, this is where things get a little bit scarier for 3BL. They're having some early success still on the entries, but the post plants, honestly, Imperium's looking better on the day so far. I mean, Frapsy, really good at repositioning in these last-minute situations. Rizd as well, seems to be turning the tide almost every round the last 3 in a row. He's been able to find kills untraded and end up with 2 or 3 out of it. So for him, if he can keep that up, he's already slowly contesting his way back in for Imperium. So... And they have the early pick as well in this round. Sad, he's already gone down. Frapsy able to reset, forces the push now onto the A bomb site. And Noxon and Hunt, you can tell they're scared to give up another kill as well. And things are just not looking so hot in the second half for 3BL.
No, definitely concerning. It's not like, you know, as we mentioned earlier, we had some issues with Omega and EZY maybe not performing as well. I mean, they're still contributing a little bit. And now, there are 2 men down. Damp's going to get boosted into the vent. At least now that he's gone down, there is a chance to recover things. And Nexon does overpeak a little bit. So, recovery into the 3v3. Damage done to 3 players on the server. Make it 4, really, with Riz on half HP. And now, make it Frapsy as well, because he's gone down to Noxon. And that's a crazy recovery from what was a 3v5. Imperium guilty of over-swinging a bit much there. They didn't need to keep looking for information when they had that advantage.
Yeah, right now for Imperium, this is a round they should not be in a 2-on-3 to fight out for, but now it's 3BL with that opportunity to stay in the lead. They've held it for the majority map and going forward, and let's fragging on here. It's only going to be 1 kill before going down first, and he's able to find another here, but not enough to hang on to that round. But I hear this should have been a round for Imperium that draws the pause. Losing in the 3-on-5 never feels good, especially when that was their first chance to grab the lead on this map.
Indeed. Actually, it is attack from 3BL, and I don't even dislike that at all, right? There's often 2 schools of thoughts with this. It's 1, you call the attack pause and give your opponent a chance to think about the mistakes they've made, but also, at the same time, that also gives them time to reset mentally after what would be a frustrating round to lose, right? So it depends what kind of player you are, what kind of personality you are, probably at the end of the day, to see how you react to this sort of moment. But the 3BL know they're in a game, so it's not just about trying to affect their opponents, it's about talking about the upcoming rounds as well. Don't forget that when we went to this attack pause, Hunt, I believe, was on 17 kills, I think. So remember that number as when we get started again, as the scoreboard will reset, obviously. What I can confirm as well also is that Jaguar is still on 0, which is rough for him. They really need to get some impact on the fragging department on the Imperium side ASAP.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I mean, Imperium, it has not been easygoing for them, especially Jaguar. He's had a tough season, honestly, as a whole, and it's continuing to show in this game. Meanwhile, though, I think the big benefit we're starting to see in 3BL is even though Hunt isn't quite as impactful so far in the second half, I feel like Noxon has really started to step up and fill some of that needed space, which is exactly how they get themselves back into this match, because you can't rely on a player, you know, putting up 16 kill halves consistently. It's just not going to happen for Hunt as much as he's played really well on the day. They need the rest of these guys to start firing as well, and that's what we started to see in that previous round. That gives me a little bit more hope that that team can still find a way to the finish line, because 3BL, they've got the pieces there, but it seems like they just don't consistently fire as well as they need to across the board.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Getting back into the action very soon, I believe. Attack pause timer is up.
Well, here we go. We're back into the action. It's 6-5 in favor of 3BL. This first map of the day, and so far it's been a bit of a back and forth. We'll see if it's enough for 3BL coming out of this one. Some tack pause to talk things through, maybe get that full momentum swing after the previous round they did pick up the win on. Could be enough here, but look at the fight from Damp, able to find the first. Hunt goes down right away. That's the player you want to find early on in these rounds, and just like that, 3BL firing back themselves, able to find one in the trade. DZY as well, holding on to the back of the upper lobby, able to take down Damp, and now things are pretty even across the board. Riz, though, very low on HP. Noxon, huge way to line them up, gets the double kill, and now it's a 2-on-1 for Frapsy, who's already been spotted, taken down to 1 HP on top of it, and Noxon, he has stepped up and continues to do so in this second half.
Noxon is so talented, man. There's a reason why 3BL are probably one of the more exciting teams to watch, not just from the contenders group that we've got him playing in right now, but in the course of the entire league. They might be an underdog team, they might be a lower ranked team in this tournament, but Noxon has that X factor. He really, really does. Alongside Omega, they can often do a lot of work like this. Wow. That was an incredible third. Incredibly well controlled as well onto Riz. And just like that, click of a finger, Imperium have been shell-shocked by the talent of 3BL 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like a different team since the pause at this point. 3BL just kind of steamrolling their way into these last couple of rounds. It's going to add that extra element of pressure now onto Imperium, because this is a completely different team we're seeing. They're not playing as scared. They're ready to take the fights, and now everybody's winning them as well. Since coming out of the pause, we have 5 kills from Omega, 4 from Noxon. Prior to that, Omega didn't even have 5 kills on the rest of the map combined, so this is a huge amplification of the rest of this team, and now Hunt, he's able to take that back seat, but just as I say that, it's a complete flip from Imperium. Next one gets the triple kill in the control room, and Frapsy and Jaguar are there to clean things up, and this is the pace we're starting to see on sub base. I feel like this historically used to be a more passive map, but both of these teams, they are not afraid to just run at each other.
Yeah, I love that. It seems like that is the course of action they've wanted to take ever since that tack that you were talking about, right? A complete change up, and it is funny. As you said, they needed to do this because you can't keep relying on Hunt for the entire game to set you up. And as you see here in this following round, as I was describing the sort of game state right now, they've had Omega and Noxon in all the positions you want them to be in early round to deliver, and late round to be fair, to deliver the impact that we know they can. And clearly that's been a conscious decision to get them brawling early and late, rather than sitting back a little bit and just letting the game come to them. They're wanting to play as the favourites rather than play not to lose.
Yeah, at this point, not a whole lot Imperium can do except think about what they want to do at the 9-6 score line, because that is where we're headed for 3BL. This is a huge step up, though, since the pause. It almost feels like how the map started, though. They had, I believe, a 5-1 or 5-2 victory, looking really good at the second half as a potential win for themselves, but then they let it slip in those last 2 or 3 rounds of the first half. It got really close at the start of the second half, but they take the tack pause, they redeem themselves, and now they've got themselves in a really good position to close out this map. But this is where the pressure hits its peak for a lot of these teams that are on the bottom 4 of the season. A lot of them have that struggle in crossing the finish line, so we'll see if they can do it here. Riz going down is a great start to making that happen. Frapsy, he's got the pressure on him. He's going to be able to find the trade immediately there for 3BL. Hunt goes down immediately on the flank, so it's still an even number situation, but these nades are going to be devastating to try and work their way back through. Damp down to 10 HP. Nixlon as well, very low, but the counter utility actually gets Sad and DZY equally low in the situation. He goes for the peak on top of it. Sad able to find one from the opposite side, but Jaguar, I think he missed a whole clip there, but still thankfully able to kill Noxon. Sad and DZY both under 10 HP now for the rest of the round.
It took Jaguar so long to get that kill. It might not make a difference because Sad is so damn low, literally 1 point of health, but 1 bullet is all he needs to find Nexlon, and now he can play time. Jaguar's not ready for it, and Jaguar's had such a rough game. I mean, I believe there he got 3 kills, and I'm pretty certain those were like his first 3 kills of the entire match. I mean, that just tells you everything you need to know about how rough it was for him. He tried his best, but as I said, the amount of time it took him to get that first kill of the 3 that he got, just let the rest of 3BL set up on the site and just hide and play time, as we saw with Sad at the end there, right? I mean, 1 HP, he didn't need to move. He had not much options, obviously, to do anything else other than sit there, but you could just wait for the push to come through and get the kills comfortably. And yeah, Jaguar just a little bit. It's just, as you said, over the course of the season, he's been a bit rough around the edges. That was maybe one of the worst ones I've seen. 0 kills throughout the majority of the game, and yeah, in the end, the firepower of 3BL got the map done. Let's throw it over to Sekio and Neo to talk about it.
Yeah, thanks, Trav, and yeah, guys, that was a magnificent match. Oh, actually, I would love to say that at some point it felt like Hunt was just ruling the place, at least at the first half, and then it felt like, yeah, not anymore.
Yeah, I mean, you really could see, I think, a disparity in terms of, like, you know, just sheer firepower more than anything, right? You're looking at a side of 3BL who know they're better, and you can see that real confidence come through. It's kind of the way they approach a lot of the rounds, right? They're proving to themselves that we are a sharper side. We've got a little bit more depth in terms of the strat book as well. And on a map that's so common within the region, it's quite a statement of a map to be taken, especially in that fashion too. So the 3BL, a great way to open up the series from them. And I just think, unfortunately for Imperium, the little gimmicks and the small things that were going right for them against Swamp yesterday, where it was like we saw a couple of individuals multi-fragging or a couple of guys putting up a little bit more of a kind of a numbers display than we're used to from Imperium, we didn't see any of that today, right? I think 3BL knew exactly what they were coming up against. Obviously a side that they've definitely played and practiced a hell of a lot against, and they made it look comfortable.
Yeah, they really looked comfortable in this game, and for the highlights, I believe we're gonna see a lot of them from, of course, Hunt early on the game. He was playing the sniper, or being the second sniper player for Team 3BL, and guys, like, yeah, he plays good on a sniper, he plays good on AR, and he can just be that guy that makes the difference for his teammates. Of course, Noxlin had a few shots, of course, of his highlights. I believe some of those might go to a TikTok reel. I believe that Hunt made a really good one in this series. But other than this, it felt like, yeah, first half 3BL fumbled a little bit after winning 4 or 5 rounds. Then they just had the pause, had the timeout, and they shifted everything around for Team 3BL. And also, speaking of them, a lot of good executions came from 3BL over the course of this game. Of course, when they were on the blacklist sided, while playing on B side, they know how to go with the split execution and managing to control multiple areas.
Yeah, and I wonder now whether this is set in stone for the kind of the series as well. I love this clutch right at the tail end. Again, proof in the pudding of just how sharp this side can be, just how confident they can be, even in disadvantaged spots, like, you know, like that, like a 1 versus 2 when you're so low as well. I think for me, you know, Omega looked really, really good, and I think, you know, having a player like him, every single time I seem to have caught him, he's looked really sharp, really, really solid. You can kind of see with his stats here, a very, very good showing. Hunt, of course, no shocker. I sung Hunt's praises a hell of a lot yesterday when I was talking about it. I thought individually he's so unbelievably sharp, but I also thought that you can tell that he calls really well. His head for the game is super, super solid, and he has such a good understanding. And I think he utilizes himself to actually springboard a lot of the others on towards 3BL. Like, he's creating a lot of space. He's very good at openings. When they're on the defense as well, he's more than happy to soak up a lot of the pressure, draw it away attention, draw away utility. For me, Hunt's so valuable to this 3BL side, and he continues to prove it. It's another really, really good map out from him. And I think, unfortunately for Imperium, this might be the story. I mentioned Riz looked okay yesterday, and we get a decent map out from him, but it falls very, very flat off the back of it. They don't have nearly enough firepower to fall back on comparatively to that of 3BL. And of course, no shocker to see the MVP being that a Hunt as well. Like I said, I continue to sing his praises every time I cast him, and I'm impressed once again.
Yeah, also, I really want to mention other thing about Hunt. Like, yeah, he's the IGL, and he got the most kills. Like, he got the highest KD, and as the Kyle and Trav mentioned in game, at the early rounds, he got like almost 16 kills out of 5 rounds or less than this. It felt like he's on his playground, playing by his rules, and to have all this those stuff align for you. Also keep in mind he's still 20, so those numbers are pretty good. Guys, you need to see this guy in the top 4 teams in the upcoming I don't know, in the upcoming season. I'm not sure about the contract and those stuff with the boys in 3BL, but I believe Hunt should be one of those guys that trying to search for, I wouldn't say search for other teams, but trying to go for top 4, trying to have higher standing and stats for him. But like, to see more stats from Hunt, we'll hit to game number 2.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if he can repeat anything like what we just saw. It's unlikely, but as I said at the end of that opening map, it was a case of the other star riflers on 3BL started to step up, right? They started to warm up into the game. They changed the pace significantly, Kyle, and that is the thing that really made the difference in the end.
Yeah, honestly, a lot of players stepping up for 3BL. I'm hoping we see more of that as we go into map number 2, because this is really the key for them. If they go and risk this on a third map in the series, I'd actually give Imperium maybe the better shot in that third map, because they have struggled throughout the season to close some of these out on the 3BL side. But the step up we saw from players like Noxon in the second half gives me a lot of confidence that 3BL can get this done in a 2-0 fashion, especially when we think about the map they're going to be going into, because Compound, not an easy one I've seen from Imperium to hold on to and grab those wins. A lot of long lane fights, and I feel like that's where a team like Imperium has struggled throughout the season.
Yeah, I think, you know, once they get 3BL get those, as I said, the talented riflers warm up, that is when it's on a map that maybe, even though they've, you know, played it quite a bit and they decided to pick into it here, it doesn't really make that much of a difference, really, if 3BL are playing as we know they can. And maybe now, like, it's obvious why they managed to win a BO5 in a different tournament against Vitality this season, right? When they have all those players stepping up at the same time, they can be difficult to hold on to. Anyway, we'll see if that comes to pass here. We do get a 2-0 for 3BL, new compound in our sights and in their sights as well. Already a bit of damage onto Noxin early round on that secondary TRG.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one as well, especially starting on the BL side for Imperium. It tends to be the more challenging side of this map, and 3BL doing a good job of just playing a little bit more reserved in this opening round to put that extra bit of pressure onto Imperium to make the first move. You can see Hunt and Noxon have a nice little cross setup on the entrance to the B-bomb site. Jaguar going to be spotted early, but Hunt actually the player to go down in that engagement as well. It's actually Frapsy finding Noxon through that smoke on the edge of the bomb side, and now they've got full control here over towards B. It's going to be Omega who is able to sneak in underneath, but they have to make sure they clear out this position. They still have no idea. He's down low. He's able to find one. DZY finds 2, and Omega somehow with a chance to hang on here gets himself a second. Surely not a 2v5. They're going to find it. Omega, all 3 kills from the lower pit position. DZY on the rotation. What a 2v5 to pull off in the opening round.
And there's a $1 million smile. What a round from Omega. And as we were talking about, as Neo was talking about, right? Like, bit of a slow start to the map, but when he gets going, he is incredibly fun to watch. And yeah, the 2v5 is insane there. If anything, Imperium would have been desperate for a good start in this one to try and feel like they can recover the game, recover the series, and then you get yourself into a great position and throw it away. That is very painful. Knocks in. Ooh, bit of a scuffed movement there, but he's able to hop away and play back behind the windows again. Slightly fortunate.
Yeah, Damp needs to be a little bit careful here. Getting himself aggressive over towards B. Gets caught and punished for it. Sad as well on the opposite side, able to find 1 in 3BL. They're just cleaning house at this point. It's already 3 kills on the board. Nixlon as well taken down to about 30 HP. This should be a very winnable one for 3BL. Riz, the only player now alive. 1 versus 5 already spotted outside of A Long, and he's not going to last long himself there. 2-0 already on the table for 3BL, and this reminds me a lot of that momentum burst we saw coming out of the tac pause in map number 1. When these guys are feeling it, they can't be stopped.
This is a fantastic demonstration about that exact feeling right now. Which is that second round. When they play pacey and they're feeling confident, that combination is scary. And I said Yeah, it is scary, but if you wander in on your own like that, more often than not, you will get caught if they're playing regular default positions like Imperium were. And they did. Omega got caught, that's for sure anyway. And they could be about to get caught with DZY here as well. He's taking a lot of damage. Going to push forward to recover things, but this time, Imperium are going to break through.
Yeah, now this one's going to come down to Noxon and Hunt on the retake. But if I'm Imperium, even in a 4-on-2 against these two guys, I'm still pretty scared in my positioning choice. Hunt, he has a chance to open it up. May have spotted the shoulder there from Jaguar. Definitely sees him now on the re-peek. Still going to have a player hiding on long as well. Riz could be the key factor into stalling down this clock. Frapsy as well. He doesn't even want to peek at this point. He knows all they have to do is run it down, but here comes the push. Hunt and Noxon finding one apiece. Jaguar, though, able to hang on with the double kill himself. And this is the step up we needed from the veteran. 5 kills in the opening 3 rounds. Not something you see too often from Jaguar, but he is leading the pack right now for Imperium.
Yeah, really important. I mean, as we were talking about earlier, he was completely absent on map 1. No impact at all. And when he did have impact, it was at the end of the game when the round was lost, unfortunately. So couldn't get that 1v1 sorted. So the fact he's getting kills now, and another one here on Noxon, is a great sign for Imperium to work their way back into this game, maybe. Perhaps a good trade on Sad. They knew where he was. Sad will get the tag, then the frag with the sidearm. Hunt goes aggressive to find Frapsy, though. That brings it back to evens.
Yeah, right now for Imperium, this is a pretty critical round to try and hang on to. They had the opening advantage go their way, but now 3BL, they're going to be rotating across the map a little bit to hold on. A lot of that pressure, though, going to be on the B bomb site. I don't blame them. It's such a difficult map to have that retake B go your way on, so we'll see if they can find a way to hang on here. Worst case scenario would be the bomb going A. Imperium, though, if they can pick up on it, they could have a chance to win this round. The only threat there is just going to be Omega playing underneath the connector on the bomb side, so just kind of waiting it out to try and get that early information, and he might even play for a retake if that push comes through. But Imperium right now just very spread across the map for those picks, and they're going to find one. It's going to be Hunt going down to Nixlon here over towards the B bomb site. He's going to try and push in here, but DZY still has that nice control spot on the lower bomb site to try and toy with the push if it does in fact come through on the B bomb site. It is going to be an actual one tap coming out on the opposite side of B, but thankfully, Omega able to hang on for a moment longer. The key here is he's got that C4 down. It's a 1-on-2, but he has the positional advantage now.
Yeah, this is interesting. They have 35 to figure this out, and Omega can play unpredictable and try and play at different angles bit by bit. Sees both of them now, though, but can't connect on the second. Nice try, and he played it well to grab that bomb and drop it in the middle and actually have a chance of winning that round. It could be another one to add to the list of ones that have gotten away from Imperium, but he managed to get it done. And as you say, a great shot on DZY on site, on that B-bomb site. That was very clean. Oh, Hunt, can you get away? Just about.
Yeah, a lot of this round is going to come down to who's going to be the first aggressor here. We've seen a lot of it from 3BL so far on the GR side. Not afraid to take these fights, but the last couple of rounds, they've actually been struggling to win them here. DZY able to find the opening kill, quickly traded down by Jaguar on the opposite side. And now in the early 4v4, it's going to be Sad, who's looking to hunt for a frag himself here outside of A-Long. He's got the support of Omega as well, even looking for the off angles on the mid tower to see what he can find. And the snipers have been kind of the difference in this map so far. I would say Damp 0-4 for the side of Imperium. Meanwhile, Sad and Noxon, they've done a good job of getting the ball rolling pretty frequently here for 3BL. So I'm hoping maybe Damp can find his way into some new positioning.
Going to fall back now and grab the C4 in a couple of seconds. But nothing doing just yet for 3BL. Hunt looking for information on the corner there without going too deep on the fight. I don't think he knows exactly that Nexon's crept all the way through. No, he doesn't. Actually, I tell a lie. Thankfully, Noxon's able to recover that on the secondary TRG. Oh, hang on. Sad pushing forward, and Jaguar will catch him well. 8 kills early game for Jaguar. Huge impact from him. Really important impact. Omega will jump at him, looking for one more. Very close fight in there, but actually able to get away from that trade. So still a 2v2. 35 seconds on the clock. And again, C4 will be brought into the site in time, but Damp will get taken down. Now it's awkward for Riz. How do you play it? Do you fake the bomb, or do you go and plant it immediately? Do you go for the fight? Now it is a bit of a dance of death between the two of them. He's trying to exit the scenario, but Omega, I think, knows what's going on. Just misses him as he gets around the angle, though. That's huge for Riz, and now he can play the mind games. He can go back A if he wants to.
Yeah, it's a smart play call here. Riz able to sneak back onto the A-bomb site, but Omega, he still has a lot of time to work with, but he still hasn't realized until a little bit too late that the bomb got planted behind him on the A-bomb site. That's going to shave about 10 seconds off the timer here, all ready for Riz to work with, and he's got a good spot choice as well. If he doesn't overcommit to the peak, it's going to require a lot of strength from Omega to check the spot, but Omega, the intuition, clears it almost immediately on the retake, gets the kill, and more importantly, holds on to the lead for 3BL.
Yeah, he clears absolutely everything there, pretty much, up until, a couple of angles on his right, but yeah, he card cleared that perfectly, and also good movement as he was clearing it, right? It was like a little jiggle, then a jump fadeaway spray once he knew he was actually positioned in that corner. So, yeah, good job. Good job, and that gets 3BL back up to that 3-2 lead again. Imperium, maybe in their mind that's again one that's gotten away, considering they were in a 2v1 at one point.
Yeah, a bit tough for Imperium on converting some of these late round situations, but it's kind of been the story throughout the day for them. They've had so many rounds where it looks like they've got the early advantage, but they can't hold on to it in the later portion of the round. But now they're going to have to deal with Hunt in this one, getting a little bit more aggressive. He's only able to find one before getting traded out by Frapsy, so not bad, all things considered, for Imperium on this one, but they've got to get past Omega as well. Riz actually able to sneak through. I'm not sure if they noticed him getting through, but it doesn't matter. Omega on the edge of the smoke, able to hold on and catch him with Noxon just before things get out of hand, and now Frapsy, he's left alone 1 versus 4, and 3BL are looking stronger than ever in this one.
Oh, yeah. Has to dive in to find anything from that, and it's not going to happen. DZY will hold on. That's now a 4-2 lead, and it could be much more as well. Well, they're going doubly aggressive here with Noxon and Sad. With this nade stat coming through, Damp could be in a bit of trouble. They know players like to play behind that position. Big damage, pistol up close, run down from Sad. What a brilliant little plan put in place there for the beginning of the round. And now Hunt has got the TRG out as well. Triple sniper for 3BL. And Hunt's making it look fantastic again. He's looking brilliant on the sniper today. Hunt used to use it, of course, a couple of seasons ago as a primary, but now he's a secondary, or sometimes seemingly tertiary, Kyle, and he's looking brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, they just have an accessible roster here, and they're showcasing it full form. 3 players who can pick up that TRG and make a lot happen with it. Not easy to go up against here on the other side of it. 3BL, though, a little bit of a struggle in the start of this round. Hunt goes down early, but the trade right there from Noxon to answer back. And now you can see Frapsy wants to get aggressive to try and get this trade onto Noxon. The unfortunate situation is, though, he's going to be able to find one more before going down. So 2 for Noxon on the trades there. Not bad at all. 3-on-3 situation. The HP looking a little bit better on the 3BL side of the fence, so we'll see if they can hang on to it. This B-bomb side as well, I will say, has been quite the struggle for Imperium. A lot of teams on the BL side are pretty comfortable in taking it, but every time we see Imperium fighting towards the B entrance, they seem to lose a lot of numbers on the entry.
We need to see if 3BL go looking for something, but I think they've realised that just sitting back and waiting for Imperium to enter has worked more often than not in this half. They had one round where they went a little bit more aggressive, it didn't work, and they stopped it from there on in. Sad's going to go looking for info, though, and I understand why, because they kind of just got nothing at this stage of the round. Needs one, does get one, but was always going to be traded through the box there from Riz. So, back into a 2v2. Bombing still dropped to middle, and now that's when Omega and DZY are going to activate. They're going to activate together as a duo as well. That might surprise Jaguar and Riz here. The fact that they've both pushed forward, but I think now they've got some information. Omega will be seen. DZY will get caught hopping away. I think they know that he's underneath this position as well. He's still full health though. They can't afford to fight him one by one, and they are fighting him one by one. 30 seconds left. Omega has all the health advantage over Riz and now won't play that angle any longer, knowing he still can fall back and play the longer game, considering that C4 still has to be picked up and he still has to get onto a site somewhere.
Yeah, this is going to be a really tricky one now. Only 10 seconds to get the C4 down. It takes a little over 3 to plant it as well. And this may have been the right call. There's no time. I think he's already ran down the clock, so Omega going to be grinning this one. Just the positional choice gets him the win. Just a second and a half of difference being the round win there. To be fair, Omega still having a good chance in these 1v1s, considering he is leading the server in kills overall. But that's what I really respect about a player like Omega. You think sometimes you see these confident players just going for the fight anyways because they are leading the pack in the server, but he makes the right call there, and that could be a world of difference in this overall game.
Yeah, another example, it's not just his fragging ability that is so good, right? He's really solid with his decision making as well. He's played that very well. Hunt will miss a rare shot there, but make up for it with the pistol. Thing is, Omega does go down this time to Damp. So 3BL getting that previous round up to 6-2, playing the final round of the half a little bit differently, knowing they've got a bit of a gap to work with now. I can understand that too. But even 3v4s haven't been that difficult for them to recover, so Imperium have got to find this third. Otherwise the game is pretty much slipping away from them.
Yeah, this is a must-win round for Imperium, especially considering how many rounds they've already let slip throughout the day where they did have an advantage to work with. This time around, though, it's going to be Damp sneaking behind enemy lines here. Catches Sad at the perfect moment as the C4 gets planted on the back of A. Now it's going to be on to Noxon and DZY on the retake. We've seen them do some crazy things before, but not so much luck this time around. It's going to be a quick kill on to Noxon, but DZY has 4 to get through, and Frapsy's not going to let that happen. Thankfully, Imperium able to hold on and grab themselves the final round of the half, but 6-3, not a bad showing at all from 3BL on their GR side, and they're still going to have some decent momentum going into the second half.
Yeah, it might only be a bit of a consolation for Imperium, who knows. 3BL are still in full control. See how the beginning of the half goes, at least, for the underdogs. They were able to get a very unexpected W in that previous game day yesterday against Swamp, I believe it was. Was it Swamp? I'm double checking right now. It was Swamp. Yeah. There we go. My brain is still intact. And yeah, I think, well, that's great for them. It was only ever going to be, let alone a consolation round, as we're talking about in this series, but that was a consolation victory in the league this season, because they can't really improve their standing at any point, really. So we'll see if they can at least get some rounds at the end of this one and maybe make this a 3-mapper. We shall see. Nexon does well there to catch Hunt on the drop down from the window, but it's still a 3v3.
Yeah, the tough part about this one is once you've been spotted with a group of players outside of B, almost inevitably the GR is going to bolster it and make it almost impossible to get through that initial entryway. So I like the play calling from Imperium to make sure they always have numbers there to contest that doorway. It makes it hard for 3BL to really push through and get the C4 planted. Now instead, they're going to fan out, playing kind of just a one in each lane style setup to take these 1v1s. But if I'm 3BL, this is the right call for sure. They've been way more successful in these head-to-head aim duels, so I don't blame them for taking a little bit of that risk here, sending DZY especially pretty forward towards A long. There is going to be Damp on the other side of it, holding on to the A vent on that long position, but Jaguar, he's going to be the first point of contact on this off angle. Has to find something, but he can't. Omega jumping midair, able to take him down with a nice little tap to the head, and Damp, the timing, he has to try and watch every angle, and he just can't do it there. Now Nixlon 1v3, already going to be rotating back into it, but he's going to be walking into a wall of players. DZY not ready for him, but Nixlon, could he make it happen? The 1v3, now just a 1v1. He finds the second kill quickly onto Omega. Sad, though, so patient, but misses the shot on the peak. Now Nixlon has a chance to win this after all. Sad, trying to run down this clock, but there is just no room to hide here. Has to try and stall the clock a little bit longer. Gets the turn and the tap. A huge round to win for 3BL, but you got to hand it to Nixlon for the effort.
You do. I mean, that one was the round that could have got Imperium back into the game, could have started something for them on this second half, but once again, 3BL too good and Sad too good. Too much experience on his shoulders there to be able to force Imperium into that victory. And I think, yeah, for Nexon, he did a good attempt, as you said, but really the main thing was that Sad realised that there was no real time to waste time. Like, there was too much time on the clock. He had to go for a fight eventually, and that is where I would favour Sad in that situation every day of the week. So, good job. And again, in the early fight in the following round, they've been able to get a 2-for-1 pretty quickly.
Yeah, now for 3BL, it's just going in solid for the execution and ensuring the trades, but just as I say that, they had a bit of a missed one there in mid. DZY and Hunt both going down to Nixlon, but Frapsy, he's going to be left alone after the late trade. Sad and Omega should have a clearing to plant this C4. They still have to be aware Frapsy could come from pretty much any angle with the time he's had to work with, but Omega, I like the call here, playing the off angle on A long, just in case Sad goes down a little bit too early, and he can get the double check here on both of these long angles that Sad's going to be uncomfortable fighting in from his position. So Frapsy, he's going to have a chance, but not much of one. Omega still continuing to hit the shots in the second map here, and it's hard to believe, Trav, at one point this guy was 0-4 while it was 16-3 for Hunt in the first map, and it's kind of come full circle at this point.
It is crazy. I mean, look at the numbers on 3BL, by the way. Like, look at the team effort it is right now. 9-9, 9-8, 8-8, 9-6, 13-4. This is incredible work from the entire squad. But Omega, yeah, you can't lie. He is the one leading the way here. Playing incredibly well. The recovery he had at the end of map 1 was significant. And now it's looking like it's going to be a 3BL day, as we thought it would be. Riz has gone all the way around on the flank here, by the way. And even though Omega was looking back on that timing, he's been able to get the kill and fall back. So actually well played by Riz. Hunt's not going to let him lie, though, and Riz can't even fall back. My word. That is just constant hounding by Hunt.
Ooh, almost a tough one there for Hunt, though, on the trade. Frapsy able to finally secure him in the B pillars. And now it's going to be down to the 3-on-2, Sad and DZY, working their way back over towards A. Jaguar going to be holding on to the mid pinch from the left side, and of course Damp playing his favorite position on the A vent as well, just holding on to the long doorway. He's been able to do okay from it, but on the opposite side, DZY is going to be tough to deal with. He does have a huge HP advantage in this one-on-one as well, so he actually has the trade potential behind him. You're gonna see Sad group up. He also has a flash to work with here. They're actually not going to use a flash to clear it out, though. Damp going to take that all day long. 2 easy 1v1s for him to close this one out, and finally a round to respond with.
Yeah, tiny bit lazy there. You mentioned the utility they had, didn't use it. If they had, maybe that could have made a difference. Those small factors can make that difference for sure. But, you know, being 8-3 in front, I can forgive them having a little bit of lapse of concentration and doing everything in their power to recover a moment like that. It's whatever. I'm going to try and go aggressive here up against Jaguar. Big damage from Jaguar against all 3 players, and Omega actually is lucky to get the fadeaway trade.
Yeah, that one looked like it should have been 3 for him, but now it is going to be at least a late trade from Damp to hold on to the advantage for Imperium. Sada knocks in the last 2 alive in this 2-on-4 situation. Noxon trying to sneak his way over towards the B-bomb site. He's going to have a chance to win this fight against Riz. Actually going to miss quite a few shots there before finally taking him down, but losing a lot of HP in the process. But Frapsy trying to capitalize, but Sad, what is that headshot? Just takes him off the stairs immediately, and now they've got a really good chance to maybe hold on here. There's no other players on the B-bomb side for Imperium. Damp just has to wait for the retake now, while Nixlon, he's way out of position in B pillars, has to go for the late retake, and this could be enough maybe for 3BL to hang on now.
Definitely a chance. Nexlon has to win this duel against Noxon. Angle seen, goes for the pre-fire, and eventually gets it. And now Sad is stuck on site. How does he isolate the duel against both Damp and Nexlon. Maybe this is how. You can definitely do that around this bomb site, and he's done it again. Sad with a great clutch. 1 versus 2, and that's 9 on the board for 3BL. 1 away from the 2-0.
Yeah, for Imperium, this has just been the story of their day, unfortunately, losing a lot of rounds where they've got the numbers advantage. That was a 2v4 round, but now Nixlon has a chance to do something big here, able to find at least 2 before going down. Looked like he could have maybe even got more out of that. Frapsy runs into trouble, catches Omega off guard, though, and just like that, Imperium, they are going to fire back aggressively and get themselves another round. But to be honest, you could probably wash that off as 3BL just not being ready for a team to be aggressive when they're in a match point position, because 3BL, they've got the luxury of allowing these rounds to slip and not really being too concerned just yet about them.
Yeah, very true. What do Imperium have left today? They got some kind of crazy overtime comeback. We'll see. Damp's going to hold the line. He's got support from Nexon, and Damp's doing a great job here again, making that look easy when it's probably not. Beautiful triple. He's done very, very well, and he might be on for all 5 of them here. Let's have a Damp moment. Never mind, it's stolen by Riz, but who cares? It's a great round from Damp. All that 4K hold, that could not have been cleaner, and it keeps Imperium in the game.
Yeah, I mean, these last 2 rounds have felt like a much different team. The real question now, is it too little too late? That's where I'm not sure. They haven't shown us a lot of strength up until this point. Nixlon, again, not going to be punished for pushing just straight down the middle of the map. I'm surprised DZY from this upper angle in the windows wasn't ready for someone to potentially be pushing down mid. And after this one, I'm sure they might be a little bit more cautious on that approach. But for now, it's going to be Imperium looking at maybe 3 in a row if they can hold on to this advantage. You've got Riz kind of playing a little bit forward here on the B doors, seeing what they can do. Damp as well, trying to bait them into that position. So I really like the setups we're starting to see from Imperium in this one. But for 3BL, the attacking side's starting to be a bit of a challenge for them.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one. I mean, just as we've already touched on, will be a little bit of laziness coming in at the end of this game, as they are up 9 to 4 it was. Maybe being a bit lackadaisical, taking things for granted somewhat, but they should lock back in, and the already they have with that great trade kill. Mega once again showing what he's made of. Great KD's got in his side right now with a 2 KD, 16 to 8. Sad could catch Riz. Oh, actually thought he was going to miss that and go down, but a great little jiggle, reface with the pistol, headshot on Riz immediately, and where's the communication on that one, boys? Frapsy is not looking toward Sad whatsoever, even though he could be in position. Jaguar will finally get the kill, but guess what? The bomb is gone completely elsewhere, and that's going to be a very, very hard 2v3 retake coming in.
Yeah, Jaguar and Damp, they've got their work cut out for them here. They're going to know surely somebody's in this corner position. It's so common to hold on the post plant that they'll know at least one's probably over there. Damp going to get spotted early. DZY, though, misses the shots. Not able to find too much, at least getting one before going down. Jaguar now the lone wolf in this one. 10 seconds on the clock. No time to make it happen. And that's going to be 3BL securing this one in a 2-0 fashion on the day. A huge effort coming out from this team as a whole, but Omega really stepping it up from the second half to sub base all the way through the second map, really showing why this team deserves to be one of the stronger contenders in this group.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I really liked what I saw from the individuals today. I mean, firstly, it was Hunt stepping up at the beginning of map 1 in a ridiculous fashion. I don't think I've ever seen a player go 16-3, at least for a very, very long time, how incredible he was. And then when he cooled off toward the end of the game, it was the change in pace after the tack pause that came through with the stars stepping up, like we saw in that, especially from Omega on the end of map 2 too. So yeah, very impressive from the entire team. That was a very good collective effort on map 2. They should be very happy with that. They should be beating Imperium, and they did. We'll see what Sekiro and Neo have to say about it.
What should we say? We had Omega doing a lot of heavy lifting for 3BL. We had before that, of course, Han doing a lot of good stuff with the sniper, even though we didn't see him a lot on the sniper, but he's delivering, he's doing a lot of stuff. So Omega, all the squad, you're doing a lot of good work, guys. Congrats and going to the playoffs and securing your place. And the question for me will be, can they actually do something in the playoffs, or it's just securing the top 6 and staying in the CFWL?
Yeah, I mean, realistically, I would probably assume unlikely. I think this has been the case for the West League for the many years that I've been involved in it, and the many seasons I've been involved, where it's, you've got Vitality at the top, a fair decent gap, and then you've got the likes of an LCK, maybe you could argue a Nemesis right there around that 2 and 3, bit of a gap on Knight, bit of a gap, 5th and 6th team. And that's kind of how it has been. It hasn't really changed over the last few seasons. I think it'll be the same here again, regardless of who they end up playing against, whether it is a Nemesis or LCK, depending on the game later on today. I still think one of those elite group will still end up coming out on top and set up for the top 4 being the big 4. But regardless, it's a really, really good win to be taken. Omega looks fantastic, very, very solid. And, you know, yeah, there's moments of brilliance towards map number 1, but second half onwards of map number 1, he was great. And the entirety of that second map looks super, super solid. So having somebody like him that you can fall back on is really, really huge to have. And it's also a nice thing to have, where it's not just this heavy reliance on Hunt doing a lot of the heavy lifting. They can fall back on different individuals who can really pull their weight. So a fantastic map. It never really felt in doubt, and a 2-0 in the series as well now puts this 3BL side 4 and 6 in the contender group, and you know, they love to see that. And you know, there's even a world technically that Anubis could also go 4 and 6 as well, which would be huge for 3BL.
Yeah, it will be huge for 3BL. And speaking of things being huge, 3BL, I loved their defense mechanism that they're using currently. It's a default one, like we always see it, but being able to communicate with each other to find the flaws that Imperium got, it's pretty good. But at the same time, I have a small issue that sometimes some of the players with most of the shots that they're using, yes, it will slip versus Imperium, but when we are in the playoffs, I doubt that, to be honest. So in that department, they need to have some aim lab rounds, like trying to practice, get some job done for them. And for 3BL overall, yeah, the roster looking pretty good. They had a rough starting over the season. Phase 2 been their, I don't know, their cherry, it feels like, and at this point they're in the playoffs. And to be honest, I will be pretty surprised if I see them in the top 4, but I hope that we can see something bigger from this roster. They're stacking, scaling, and getting better and better. And I believe for this game, not only this set, it's gonna be Omega the MVP.
Yeah, he just looks so good as well. So really, really important to see, especially when you have a little bit of kind of an off-map comparatively, I think, for Hunt as well, that he can step up and take that space. Sad looked really solid as well. And, you know, on the flip side, we just don't really get anything to fall back on. It's a better map from Jaguar. He really looked off his game towards map number 1, but despite a slight better performance, it still just wasn't enough. He didn't really have a lot of support around him. Damp was close-ish, but apart from that, it really is quite a drastic drop-off for the rest of that core over towards Imperium, Vexon, Riz, and Frapsy. So just a sheer difference in terms of firepower and in terms of depth. And then there we go. We got Omega, of course. That's MVP. No shocker at all with a 2KD. Looks super solid all season long as well. He's in the success moments of 3BL. He has been kind of front and center a lot of times. He really is capable of putting up some heavy numbers. And every single time I've seen to have cast the 3BL side, him and Hunt have looked electric. And that's exactly what we get. Hunt MVP, map number 1, map number 2, Omega MVP. Yeah, no surprises. They both look fantastic.
Yeah, they both look fantastic. And also at this point, I really want to give a round of applause for Imperium, the run, and the of course CFWL. It was a hard one. They have only one win versus Team Swamp Gaming. It mattered to I would say their mental. It mattered to not going 0-9 on the entire league, or like not having a single win is a pretty hard one to deal with. And yeah, they are scaling. They got some really good stuff, good moments to give them some highlights. That's for Imperium. They are going to the relegation, and hopefully they can find a way to step in and get back to CFWL. And of course, our match MVP is gonna be Omega. That guy just done everything in both games. First one, yeah, I remember, funny enough, Omega early on the first game, first 4 rounds he got 0 kills, But after that, he just went on a crazy cycle. He just like, yeah, he activated the radar and just started shooting for ads. Congrats to them. And I believe we are like glazing a little bit Omega, and we have other player that we should give him a round of applause. Of course, that's gonna be Hunt, and we have a small interview with Hunt. Hello, Hunt. How are you doing? Assalamu alaikum. Oh, okay, still not on the screen. Hello, Hunt. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Alaikum salam, Hunt. So for the course of like for the time that you're spending in 3BL Galaxy, it looked like you were the backbone of the team when it comes to being the IGL, of course, in game. And for today, it felt like you were in steroids. Like, what happened? You suddenly started shooting heads and doing all the heavy lifting. Like, guys, I'm gonna do both IGL and help the team.
Yeah, the game wasn't that hard because we don't have anything to lose. We just play for fun. Even us and the Imperium just running everywhere, so it's easy to kill. I'm not even IGLing, you know. We're just doing the basic stuff we usually know, and we win.
Fair enough. I want to ask as well about for you guys, what was the kind of the goal coming in towards this season? Because we've kind of seen for the last few seasons with the West League, there's quite a big kind of gap between, like, you know, obviously Vitality right at that top, and then you got the teams like your LCKs and your Nemesis, your Knights. For you guys, what was your initial goal when you started the season? And now that you've obviously booked your spot into those playoffs, what's the goal now heading into those playoffs?
Our goal actually to take top 3, so we can go to the EWC.
Okay.
Oh, okay, nice. Like, they got a goal and they really want to compete in the AWC. And other thing, like, since we had this conversation, me and Penguin, yesterday, I believe, Hunt, you played in 3 international events, and to bring all this, I would say you have a lot of experience internationally. How does it feel to play with a new roster and the players? I believe we got 2 or 3 players that's their debut on the CFWL.
Experience comes by time, not about just playing. If you're able to learn, you will know everything. Even if I play with someone who played very long days but he doesn't want to learn, he will not be good. So my teammates, I mean, just want to learn, so that's the main thing.
Yeah, that's nice to hear. I want to ask as well about the region, right? Obviously, you know, within Egypt, quite a few teams that are coming through in towards West League. How often do you guys get to spend time kind of practicing, scrimming, even against the top guys like Vitality? And how much are you able to soak up and learn from playing off against those top teams like your Vitalities?
We usually practice twice a day, and usually most of the elite teams doesn't want to practice with us. I don't know why, but it's only otherwise Vitality or Nemesis, they practice with us. So that's it. But the practice, like you never practice with Vitality to win Vitality. You practice with Vitality, for example, to win another team. This is how practice goes.
Of course. Yeah, like, yeah, it feels weird. Not a lot of teams in the CFW want to scrim versus you guys. Yeah, that's something we really want to put on the table, and I believe a lot of guys in the chat, or like the players, will have the answer for that. I don't know, to be honest. It's a bit weird, but for you, Hunt, congratulations on your win for today. And any last words you would love to say to our viewers and 3BL Galaxy fans?
Thank you guys for the support, and we will do all the best to win in the playoffs.
Thank you, Hunt.
Bye.
Awesome. Always good to kind of check in as well and just see what the vibes are like over there. Seems very good. And also setting some pretty good goals as well, right? You know, essentially setting that top 3. It's a bold statement to make, but I actually respect it, right? It's a lot of confidence coming through from Hunt. And it's definitely a possibility where we're seeing the likes of maybe you run nice looking a little shaky, or even the likes of a Nemesis who don't look completely calm and clear all the time. LCK, who've been able to drop maps in series. There's definitely worlds. A lot of things have got to go right for them and maybe wrong on the other sides of the bracket, but top 3 is not an unobtainable goal.
It's an obtainable goal, and it's a reasonable goal. Like, yeah, he's not saying that he's going for the title. He got his hopes high. He's trying to. The team, not only him, the team wants to find a place to be part of the EWC, and that's a fair shot for them. And for that, I will give them all my respect. But that was for our first series today. We had Imperium versus 3BL, and now we will head to a small break and get back to you with game number 2.
Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks, to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne.
You have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard. Here you can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
Even though Nemesis are 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sad. Ducking and diving. Now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one. Trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance. He's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner. Lion Claw and Zen have rotated in. Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally, the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? It's Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, but surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not 1 but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swinging with a triple kill. Come on, Dodson! His teammate just felt that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox thumbing it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, make it a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs, and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2 and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, to go now. Coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely 3rd, there's a 4th. He is farming right now.
display a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todd's in and Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse him, but he goes for the fake.
Away those lives for free. What they've done to that early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kaiser's so blind.
They're just going to move. And on Knights now, they get caught. Dirty punch the first opener, and there's Famous for the one. Make it two, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. Now for LCK, where they want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail. Knife out. There we go.
Oh my God. Aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot. Needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega. Get himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. Unwinnable round here for Swan, particularly with that entry from Awesome, but they're going to need more. Kais will have a pivotal role to play, but he falls to Alucard, and with that, it might just be the dream dead. Jin is on his own. Oh, okay.
It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear.
We'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a third there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here at the bottom.
Feels a little dicey. The diving in. It's pretty low. Put that C4 down, which is huge. They're going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him, and a second. The pistol pulled out. That is 2 really quick kills and making another. He's on for an absolute clip here.
Exactly what he is doing, but he's done it so late in the round that he might actually get the timing right. Anubis, oh, I have no idea. Doom's going to go down as well. Somehow Omega has threaded the needle and given 3BL a chance in this round. And all in the meanwhile, Gaino is on the other side of the map. This is ridiculous.
Stayed by Spotsy already. That might make them not check him in the corner, but he's been seen now, that's for sure. And Famous will just about survive behind the boxes. Warbang frags will come through from Lionclaw. Gets a second on Famous after all that damage he's done, and it's a great round from Lionclaw to start us off here. Alright. Can it actually happen? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe Unlights will actually try and not complete embarrassment. Oh, maybe it will be complete embarrassment. They will pick Foxy 1 by 1. What a way to finish it.
Doesn't Anubis actually clear this, I should say, because if they don't, this is an opportunity for Frapsy to find himself a heroic play that's very much needed. Muffin does spot it, but he doesn't do a good job clearing it. So now Frapsy finds himself two. Oh, why not make it a third? They threw double nades on there. I mean, he'd be a dead man. He actually swings this. Wow, he swings this so wide. I thought he would have saw them. Oh, how does he get away with that? How does that even work? What? I don't know how he finds that kill and makes it a triple two. Hang on a second. This post plant, it is falling apart. JK. Yeah, JK. LOL indeed. Yeah. Okay. Kane! What is that? What is that? How does he find a triple like that? This.
To suss things, it will. They're having a bit of a look into mid, but they've decided to go, and the timing looks to be pretty decent. This could actually work out for Nemesis. Alucard for 2. Horus and Snake fall, and now Totson as well. Still well set up to defend A, and all of B has now been cleared out by Vitality, so they're going to start to send the forces across, and Nemesis are aware of that. They have to hit the site quick, and Dipsy, well, he's taken matters into his own hands. A triple kill on the entry will make this round interesting.
To the historical ways of, you know, just being that ultra aggressive team, and they don't even allow the smokes to come through. Damn, trying to go for some shots. He actually brings the pistol out. Nice little bit of a double two, so that's the bomb dropped. Salty just hanging by, but look at Damn. Right, that's always the worst part, right? One of the worst parts. Oh, Muffin. Yeah, that sounds good too when you give your backup like that. And
much see everything. That kill onto Dirty will alert some attentions. Damp and Frapsy, finally some kills here for them.
We're calling for some reinforcements now. They are kind of tripping over each other a little bit though, but he still makes up for it, gets 2 very nicely. Hunter's coming through a little bit late, should get caught by Kai, so it's exactly what happens. Now Sad and DZY are the final 2 players remaining, and they're going to drop into Kai's from the heavens into hell. Now the force through from long. Vitality up against it. And that's why he's flanking up from short, coming through that smoke. Will Snake get caught in the open from that? He doesn't somehow. He flips around and takes the kill. Finds Famous 2. Oh, a third is unbelievable. Wow. Lots of damage on Pietro. How is he still standing? I'm not quite sure. Pistol now drawn, and Horus is there to help. That is the X factor from Vitality.
Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite Group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender Group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne.
You have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard. Here you can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
Even though Nemesis are 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sads. Ducking and diving, now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one, Trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance, he's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner, Lion Claw and Zen have rotated in. Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, but surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not 1 but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swing here with a triple kill. Come on, Dodson! His teammate just felt that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also.
This is exactly the kind of game and performance I wanted to see.
This is the Hail Mary.
Every individual player is bringing their A game right now.
That's what I'm talking about. I've had enough of being quiet. I want to get things moving.
The Menacing not able to get
Free! Oh my word, straight out through that smoke, just makes sure Zane has what about risk here? Yes, Trevor very scared going for that swing.
Welcome back again to CFWL. We just finished our first game and now we're up to our match number 2, which we have Anubis versus Swamp Gaming.
Yeah, well, we do, but we don't. This game is actually being forfeited, so it will not be being played. It honestly isn't really that much of a shocker, to be completely honest. Like, regardless of extenuating circumstances, nothing can change from here on out between even the likes of Anubis and 3BL, who, of course, between that 5th and 6th spot, and between Swamp and Imperium, of course, in the 7th and the 8th spot as well. So there is going to be a forfeit coming through. For Swamp, they've mentioned that one of their players had an emergency, and unfortunately their substitute also cannot play, meaning that they can't get a full 5 ready for today's game. So with that being said, this will just be a pretty direct forfeit. And a win for Anubis doesn't make that much of a difference, like we said, in the grand scheme of things, but I guess having another little win under the belt will always help. This now puts Anubis 5-5 overall, which I'll take that at the very least.
It won't matter anyways. They got the 5th place and 3BL Galaxy got the 6th place, so both of them will go to the playoffs, and we have now the full formation for the playoffs teams. When it comes to the Contenders League, of course, we doubled down on that, like I believe yesterday before we end this show. The upset that we saw from Swamp Gaming that sealed the deal with the Contenders League, and now we go to the Elite League, which is quite frankly the most important match that we're gonna see. I mean, it won't matter in the seeding, of course, for Vitality, but it will help LCK to bring back seed number 2 to their pocket.
Yeah, for sure. A win here for LCK means that they would actually go up to number 2 overall, which means that Nemesis then go down to number 3 and have to play that first round of the upper bracket, whereas LCK would get to skip that first round and go directly to the second. I don't know if it's going to make too big of a difference. Like I said, I still expect both of these sides to play off against each other regardless of who is number 2 and number 3 seed. They should be able to overcome the teams like your Anubises and your 3BLs, but we shall see. But of course, because this game has been forfeited, Vitality and LCK were sort of expecting to play in, roughly a couple of hours time, if not a little bit longer. It's going to be a little bit of a break before we get this game underway. We're roughly expecting maybe like 15 minutes or so, potentially a little bit longer, because the teams actually have to get ready. They were expecting to be playing in sort of 2 hours time. That's now obviously getting brought forward because we are on a rolling schedule. So we are going to throw to a break. We're hoping it's not too long as Vitality and LCK get ready, but obviously it's quite short notice. It might take me a little bit of time to get in towards the server, get warmed up, and all of the rest. So sit tight. There'll be a timer on your screen so you'll know what's going on, and hopefully we can get this last game of the day underway. We'll see you soon.
Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne.
Have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard. Here you can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
Even though Nemesis are 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sad. Ducking and diving, now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one, Trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance, he's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner, Lion Claw and Zen have rotated in, Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? It's Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, but surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not 1 but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swing here with a triple kill. Come on, Dodson! His teammate just felt that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox clubbing it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, make it a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs, and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down, Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2 and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, minute to go now. Coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely third, there's a fourth. He is farming right now.
Play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todd's in and Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse him, but he goes for the fake.
Away those lives for free. What they've done to get that early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kaiser's so blind.
They're just going to move. And on Knights now, they get caught. Dirty finds the first opener, and there's Famous for the 1. Make it 2, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. Now for LCK, where they want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail. Knife out. There we go.
Oh my God. Aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot. Needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega. Get himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. Unwinnable round here for Swamp, particularly with that entry from Awesome, but they're going to need more. Kais will have a pivotal role to play, but he falls to Alucard, and with that, it might just be the dream dead. Jin is on his own.
Oh, okay. It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear.
We'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a third there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here at the bottom.
Feels a little dicey. The diving in. It's pretty low. Put that C4 down, which is huge. They're going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him, and a second. The pistol pulled out. That is 2 really quick kills and making another. He's on for an absolute clip here.
Exactly what he is doing, but he's done it so late in the round that he might actually get the timing right. Anubis, oh, I have no idea. Doom's going to go down as well. Somehow Omega has threaded the needle and given 3BL a chance in this round. And all in the meanwhile, Gaino is on the other side of the map. This is ridiculous.
So by Foxy already, that might make them not check him in the corner, but he's been seen now, that's for sure. And Famous will just about survive behind the boxes. Warbang frags will come through. from Lionclaw. Gets a second on Famous after all that damage he's done, and it's a great round from Lionclaw to start us off here. Alright. Can it actually happen? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe Unlights will actually try and not complete embarrassment. Oh, maybe it will be complete embarrassment. They will pick Foxy 1 by 1. What a way to finish it.
Doesn't Anubis actually clear this, I should say, because if they don't, this is an opportunity for Frapsy to find himself a heroic play that's very much needed. Muppet does spot it, but he doesn't do a good job clearing it, so now Frapsy finds himself 2. Oh, why not make it a 3rd? They threw double nades on there. I mean, he'd be a dead man. He actually swings this. Wow, he swings this so wide. I thought he would have saw them. Oh, does he get away with that? How does that even work? What? I don't know how he finds that kill and makes it a triple 2. Hang on a second, this post plant, it is falling apart. JK. Yeah, JK, LOL indeed. Yeah, okay, what is that? What is that? How does he find a triple like that? This
to sus things, it will. They're having a bit of a look into mid, but they've decided to go, and the timing looks to be pretty decent. This could actually work out for Nemesis. Alucard for 2. Horus and Snakefall, and now Totson as well. Still well set up to defend A, and all of B has now been cleared out by Vitality, so they're going to start to send the forces across, and Nemesis are aware of that. They have to hit the site quick, and Dipsy, well, he's taken matters into his own hands. A triple kill on the entry will make this round interesting.
To the historical ways of, just being that ultra-aggressive team, and they don't even allow the smokes to come through. Damp trying to go for some shots. He actually brings the pistol out. Nice little bit of a double 2, so that's the bomb dropped. Salty just hanging by, but look at Damp. That's always the worst part, right? One of the worst parts. Oh, Muffin. Yeah, that sounds good too when you give your backup like that. And
pretty much see everything. That kill onto Dirty will alert some attentions. Damp and Frapsy, finally some kills here for them.
We're calling for some reinforcements now. They are kind of tripping over each other a little bit though, but he still makes up for it and gets 2 very nicely. Hunter's coming through a little bit late, should get caught by Kai, so it's exactly what happens. Now Sad and DZY are the final 2 players remaining, and they're going to drop into Kai's from the heavens into hell. And now the force through from long. Vitality up against it, and that's why he's flanking up from short, coming through that smoke. Will Satan get caught in the open from that? He doesn't somehow. He flips around and takes the kill. Finds Famous 2. Oh, a 3rd is unbelievable. Wow. Lots of damage on Pietro. How is he still standing? I'm not quite sure. Pistol now drawn, and Horus is there to help. That is the X factor from Vitality.
Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite Group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender Group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks, to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne.
Have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard. Here you can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
Even though Nemesis are 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sads. Ducking and diving, now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one, Trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance, he's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner, Lion Claw and Zen have rotated in, Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, but surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not 1 but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swing here with a triple kill. Come on, Dodson! His teammate just felt that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox clubbing it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, make it a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2 and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, minute to go now. Oh, coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely third, there's a fourth. He is farming right now.
Play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todd's in and a snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse him, but he goes for the fake.
Away those lives for free. What they've done to get that early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kaiser's so blind.
They're just going to move. On Knights now, they get caught. Dirty punch the first opener, and there's Famous for the 1, make it 2, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. Now for LCK, where they want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail. Knife out. There we go.
Oh my god. Aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot. Needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega. Get himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. Unwinnable round here for Swamp, particularly with that entry from Awesome, but they're going to need more. Kai's will have a pivotal role to play, but he falls to Alucard, and with that, it might just be the dream dead. Jin is on his own.
Oh, okay. It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear.
We'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a third there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here at the bottom.
Feels a little dicey. The diamond in. It's pretty low. Put that C4 down, which is huge. We're going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him, and a second. The pistol pulled out. That is 2 really quick kills and making another. He's on for an absolute clip here.
exactly what he is doing, but he's done it so late in the round that he might actually get the timing right. Anubis, oh, I have no idea. Doom's going to go down as well. Somehow Omega has threaded the needle and given 3BL a chance in this round, and all in the meanwhile, Gaino is on the other side of the map. This is ridiculous.
Saved by Spoxy already. That might make them not check him in the corner, but he's been seen now, that's for sure. And Famous will just about survive behind the boxes. Warbang frags will come through from Lionclaw. Gets a second on Famous after all that damage he's done, and it's a great round from Lionclaw to start us off here. Alright. Can it actually happen? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe Unlights will actually try and not get complete embarrassment. Oh, maybe it will be complete embarrassment. They will pick Foxy 1 by 1. What a way to finish it.
Doesn't Anubis actually clear this, I should say, because if they don't, this is an opportunity for Frapsy to find himself a heroic play that's very much needed. Muppet does spot it, but he doesn't do a good job clearing it, so now Frapsy finds himself 2. Oh, why not make it a 3rd? They threw double nades on there. I mean, he'd be a dead man. He actually swings this. Wow, he swings this so wide. I thought he would have saw them. How does he get away with that? How does that even work? What? I don't know how he finds that kill and makes it a triple 2. Hang on a second, this post mine, it is falling apart. JK. Yeah, JK, LOL indeed. Yeah, okay, what is that? What is that? How does he find a triple like that? This
to suss things, it will. They're having a bit of a look into mid, but they've decided to go, and the timing looks to be pretty decent. This could actually work out for Nemesis. Alucard for 2. Horus and Snakefall, and now Totson as well. Well set up to defend A, and all of B has now been cleared out by Vitality, so they're going to start to send the forces across, and Nemesis are aware of that. They have to hit the site quick, and Dipsy, well, he's taken matters into his own hands. A triple kill on the entry will make this round interesting.
To the historical ways of, just being that ultra-aggressive team, and they don't even allow the smokes to come through. Damp trying to go for some shots. He actually brings the pistol out. Nice little bit of a double 2, so that's the bomb dropped. Salty just hanging by, but look at Damp. That's always the worst part, right? One of the worst parts. Oh, Muffin. Yeah, that sounds good too when you give your backup like that. And
pretty much see everything. That kill onto Dirty will alert some attentions. Damp and Frapsy, finally some kills here for them.
We're calling for some reinforcements now. They are kind of tripping over each other a little bit though, but he still makes up for it and gets 2 very nicely. Hunter's coming through a little bit late, should get caught by Kai, so it's exactly what happens. Now Sad and DZY are the final 2 players remaining, and they're going to drop into Kai's from the heavens into hell. And now the force through from long. Vitality up against it, and that's why he's flanking up from short, coming through that smoke. Will Satan get caught in the open from that? He doesn't somehow. He flips around and takes the kill. Finds Famous 2. Oh, a 3rd is unbelievable. Wow. Lots of damage on Pietro. How is he still standing? I'm not quite sure. Pistol now drawn, and Horus is there to help. That is the X factor from Vitality.
Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group, where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams, as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite Group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender Group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks, to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne.
Have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard. Here you can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
Even though Nemesis are 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sad. Ducking and diving, now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one, trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance, he's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner, Lion Claw and Zenith rotated in, Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? It's Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, which surely they will, him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo. A walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one. And Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not one, but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swing here with a triple kill. Come on, Todzin! His teammate just thought that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox topping it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, making a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs, and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2, and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, minute to go now. Oh, coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely third, there's a fourth. He is farming right now.
Play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todzin and Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse here, but he goes for the fake.
Done to get that early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kaiser's so blind.
Double kill.
They're just gonna move. And on Knights now, they get caught. Dirty punch the first opener, and there's Famous for the 1, make it 2, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. And now for LCK. Where they want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
This is exactly the kind of game and performance I wanted to see.
This is the Hail Mary.
Every individual player is bringing their A game right now.
That's what I'm talking about. I've had enough of being quiet. I want to get things moving.
Madison not able to get
Free! Oh my word, straight out through that smoke just makes it. Kane has what about risk here? Yes, Trevor very scared going for that swing.
And we're back with you guys. I know we had a pretty long break, but now we're back with game number 2. This series will be between Vitality and LCK, the top dogs that we have in the CFWL. And as always, I'm gonna be with you here as host, CQ by my side, Neo and Neo. So You have casted a lot of games on those two teams, either internationally or in CFWL, and this game might matter for LCK. So, do you think that they might go with their A game, or they just like, yeah, they don't care, and neither they take the second place or the third place in the league?
I mean, I very much doubt they're not going to care. I feel like, there's still things to play for here. And also, they're an elite team. No elite team is ever going to not really care. Yes, if an eliminator team doesn't show up, there's a reason why they're eliminated, right? They're not at this level. But a top 2, top 3 team in the league is definitely always going to take games like this serious, regardless of whether it actually is meaningful as well in terms of whether second or third place. In the grand scheme of things, I don't really think it makes that big of a difference. Like, I still think whether it's LCK or Nemesis playing the first round of the upper bracket, they're still going to be absolutely fine moving forward. But it's about building your confidence in towards playoffs. And as well, we know this Vitality side do look a little bit vulnerable. They have picked up their first loss in a while recently, and there's kind of, maybe a little bit of blood in the water. So I think for LCK, they want to capitalize upon it. And getting a number 2 seed is always a nice little weight off the shoulders. So I definitely think they're going to be taking this seriously. I don't really think they're going to come in and not care.
Yeah, and also, speaking of LCK, they had a pretty hard lose versus Unknights. They lost 10-0, and I believe they really need to regain themselves. That was the worst loss they have ever had in the league. And I mean, like, that was the only game that a team lost to 10-0, and those are the players that we're gonna be watching today for LCK, of course. Flex, Line Clo, Kiko, Dezane, and Spoxy. And this team got a lot of really good synergy been built over the years, even with the new player that's joining the team itself. But they are one of the top dogs in the CFWL, and they have their own unique style that we are looking up to.
Yeah, no, exactly. It's also case out are really, really interesting. They've been, for me, the most prolific side when it comes towards that double sniper setup because of Flex and Spoxy. Spoxy is such a talisman for this roster as well in terms of just how sharp he can be. But I really have liked what this team have brought to the table. Only loss, of course, they've picked up is to that of Vitality, where, that's somewhat to be expected in a sense as well. We know the kind of level that Vitality play at. We know what they're all about as well, just how kind of sharp they can be, and quite consistently sharp as that, but wins across the board against the teams around them is really what matters when you look towards this LCK roster, right? You want to see them kind of consistently be able to compete with the likes of, your Nemesis, I think in particular. I think it's quite a big one on Knights to continue kind of putting the pressure on towards them and proving what they're all about. For LCK, getting a win here as well to prove that they can beat Vitality would also be another huge thing for their own confidence. Like, they have been chipping away at this kind of gap between the number 1 and number 2 spot over the last kind of 2 or 3 seasons now. And LCK, it feels like at times they've been getting closer and closer throughout the regular season and towards the playoffs. Potentially, if they can pick up a win up here in the tail end just before we get towards playoffs, that would be huge for this side. But the team on the other side that they've got to take down, that are Vitality, are such a scary, scary prospect.
Yeah, they're just a stacked roster. Horus, Todson, Snare, Snake, and Slayer. Those 5 players been together for almost more than 2 years, I believe, almost 3 years. They played with the ROC, they played with 3BL. Before that, we have a lot of veterans in this roster that they got formed and made this. It feels like an Exodia formation. They just can't lose, and that was their run over phase number 1. No one actually managed to win versus them, but after that they lost versus Unknights, which brings Unknights to the table again. Like we always mention, Unknights, that's one of the teams that you gotta keep an eye on. But on the other side, Vitality, they are the champions. They are the team that no one managed to drop them off for more than a year. So that's the team, and their communication skills, their map pool is pretty huge, that you really know that those guys can deliver internationally as they do in the CFWL. You have seen them versus Chinese teams, we have seen them versus Brazil, of course. They had a couple of wins here and there. The last international event, CFS 2025, was not the best for them, since they their group was pretty stacked, and yeah, they lost the first game versus a Brazilian team, and that was it. It felt bad for them, and for this year, I believe that they're trying to get better and better, or like at least not fall into the same trap. And speaking of this trap, who put them in this trap was LCK on their former name, of course. So they have a lot of bad blood between each other.
Yeah, I think with kind of LCK, for example, like they've always obviously kind of, because of their seeding, been in a really awkward spot when it comes to internationally, but they've also never properly proved themselves to me. Like every time I've seen the side, when I've done, well, basically every international event that's been going for the last few years, they've always looked pretty weak. They've never really performed to the level that they should be, but they have the ability. I just feel like it doesn't translate from the domestic season in towards the regular season. Vitality, on the other hand, have, and there's been times where this is a side that have really made a name for themselves internationally and have, for the first time in a while, become quite a scary team from the West. Hence why all of us have gone for Vitality as a prediction in this one. Yes, they picked up their first loss in a while, but the expectation is still to continue on quite a dominant season. Yes, one loss here and there, but it's just a flash in the pan. That's the expectation from most of us here with this game.
Yeah, of course, that's our expectations. We're all going with Vitality, and for this series, like, we know how it goes. Like, you can't give Vitality subbase, and if subbase is open, you know that this game just goes to them and you move forward. And I believe on the other side, if we were speaking about LCK, they have a lot of good sniper players, and those kind of players, you need to try and limit them. So you need to get out, like get rid of Eagle Eye, New Compound, or any other map. Of course, I'm not sure are we going to see the new version of New Compound in the international events, and also I don't know why I brought this up, since like I had this conversation with Penguin, but like otherwise this New Compound, aka Old Compound, still in the rotation, and players, teams are really settled on it, and I believe we have a lot of teams that can play in this map. And speaking of those, the LCK, they have a really good record on this map particularly.
Yeah, I think when we get towards international level, I think we probably will see Compound 3.0 come through. But you know, midway through the season, there's kind of no real point in adding it in towards this portion. Like, we're already at a spot where we've been on kind of the previous version of New Compound, so we'll stick with it for at least the end of the regular season itself. But nonetheless, when the veto comes through, and here we go, it is a little bit of a change up. We do get that New Compound coming through, which of course is good. No shocker, we get the Eagle Eye coming out from LCK. That's their map, always has been, always will be. And then if we need it, we get Ankara as that decider. It's the one thing they got going for them is just the fact that, of course, they're so good on Eagle Eye, right? This is a real nice thing to have for them. But the other two maps in the pool, very, very solid for the likes of Vitality. And even with that Eagle Eye as well, I still expect Vitality to be taking this in two.
I mean, I can't doubt with you, since Vitality, they have done it once, they can do it twice, and they have done it like for multiple times also. They play pretty good on Eagle Eye. They have one of the really good players that you can count on, who's a flex player, of course. Speaking about Slayer, he can just do whatever you need. At the same time, you have Snake doing those really good flanks. Their composition, they know how to adapt. The key factor for Vitality and why they're the best in the West, that they know how to adapt, how to play versus whom, like how to change your play style, how to get closer and get to know what LCK are up to and trying to counter it. And that's why they are the champions, I believe. And for Eagle Eye, I believe they lost only one round in Eagle Eye this year. New Compound is decent for them, of course. Subbase is out. We have Ankara as a decider, and it looks like they are locked in, and it's no time for a practice map. They're just opening the good maps and trying to fight it out with the other teams. Eagle Eye, we know that it goes for LCK when it comes to having the experience, of course, and loving to play it, but you can't doubt that Vitality is one of the best teams that play in Eagle Eye.
Yeah, no, for sure. Last time these two sides played, we actually had a slightly different veto coming through. And I'm just looking at it now. We kind of had the New Mexico, which I did have a feeling potentially could come through, but they don't know each other for it. That all went all the way to a golden. So both LCK and Vitality are happy at it. Black Widow was also played as well, but a bit of a change up here. We're going to throw it over towards our casters. We've got Trav and Kyle.
Yeah, you've had a bit of a long wait for this one, due to some goings-on over the course of the afternoon, but this is the match of the day, obviously, without any shadow of a doubt, and it should be a fun one, because we've seen these two teams go back and forth so many times in the CFWL, and if LCK are truly on their game, they can beat Vitality, but more often than not, they just have a few things missing, and Vitality will get one over them. We should see the same tonight, you would think.
Yeah, honestly, Vitality, they're in the driver's seat of this season, but LCK, historically, one of those contenders who can show them what they've got on occasion. I've seen so many times where LCK comes into a match against Vitality, and I would say oftentimes they actually look like the better team at the start of a lot of these games. It's just their ability to close out against Vitality is where they seem to suffer. Even the last time I casted these guys earlier in the season, they led both maps pretty comfortably in the first half against Vitality, but you put that 8th or 9th round on the board, it feels like Vitality just becomes a different team, and I feel like we're going to see a lot of that potentially in this series as well, because Vitality, the one advantage I give them over any team in this league is they know how to handle themselves the best under pressure when the stakes are highest, and that's really what separates them from the pack here. As we jump into it, though, it is going to be Eagle Eye, map number 1, Vitality on the blacklist side first, and this seems to be where they've improved, I would say, the most coming into this season. They're not as slow on the attack as they used to be. This is a team that's kind of owning their confidence nowadays.
Yeah, and that is something that we're going to have to see how it will play out over the course of this one. Get that double sniper of Spoxy and Flex on this Liberal Risk side. More often than not, it's very powerful, but sometimes they, of course, can be found out. It's very much a known factor. So, wouldn't surprise me if that's something that Vitality know exactly how to counter, but immediately it goes quite well for LCK. Spoxy will pick off the first, then Lion Claw and Kiko go aggressive. A double push out toward the mid position. Works well. They get a 4v2 quickly, and Dezane does not hold back. Doesn't fall back with the advantage. He keeps Snake at bay for what should be a comfortable first round.
Yeah, that's the hard part about this map with LCK. They know how to place this double TRG setup really well, and they also don't consistently play the same spots either. That's the one thing I've always given credit about LCK's GR sides. They're very mobile, and they keep you guessing with where they're going to have these snipers tucked away, and you can see there between Spoxy with a nice opener, the rest of the team cleaning things up. Very good first round on the board for them, but this is kind of what I've come to expect with them. Their GR side on this map to me feels really polished, but the BL side of this map historically a little bit harder for them, but Flex, having no issues here outside of B long, actually gets a second there before quickly going down to Snare, but a great way to get the ball rolling here in round number 2, and we'll see what Vitality has to answer back.
Yeah, as he dies, he manages to click one more. Same tick of the round, really. Vitality very aware that he's going to want to try and put that pressure on that side of the map over and over again, but not able to counter it straight off the bat on this occasion. One thing I think I can be, like, one of the very few things I can be critical of Vitality this season is I think Snare has not been his brilliant best all the time. I want to see more work from him, and as you can see here, again, opening miss shot, makes up for it for one. But, you know, Snare is having some misses which are uncharacteristic of him, and Dezane will manage to clear up Slayer and Horus. So, great start for LCK, and Vitality are going to need Snare very much online today to counter the double TRG, obviously, of Spoxy and Flex.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one here for Vitality, already having a little bit of a rough start, but that's kind of the name of the game, I feel like, with this team. Oftentimes we see them a little bit uncomfortable in the earlier portions of the game, but when it comes time to lock in and close it out, that's where I think the bigger threat is going to be faced by LCK. But for now, a good start for LCK in this series. Dezane especially really good in these mid-round fragging potential positions, and He's going to be looking forward again here as well, trying to maybe open things up towards the middle of the map. Meanwhile, Slayer just looking for anything he can find over towards A long. Going to be sniping this round as well. Not something he does too much here in the league, but does have that ability as a secondary to pull it out. But on a map like this, it feels like a small map you wouldn't need 2 snipers on, but for some reason, that double TRG meta just works so well here.
Yeah, for sure. We'll have to see how it counters between the two of them. It's always fun to see which duo makes it work. Obviously, a bit more difficult on the blacklist side, I would say, really, for Slayer and Snare. Utility coming over now to attack the B side of the map for Vitality, and LCK are giving it to them. The plant can come through here, and this retake will now be pretty difficult. Flex is already pinned back into the corner on low HP, so they've got to try and make it happen. 5v5 and now 4v5.
Yeah, what a shot there on to Flex. To Zane, though, able to find one on the rotation, and this is where Spoxy needs to try and find that secondary shot to maybe open up this retake. The problem here is they've only got 20 seconds to get fully into this site and defuse the bomb, and there's still 4 players in their way. Thankfully, Spoxy opens up with one line, Claw finds the other, but Snake still going to be on the back of the site. Good for 2, almost a third. The trade comes through from Snare, gets the double kill, and it's a 2v4 at the finish line, but Vitality able to find their first.
Yeah, really nice from Snare there, just diving forward, getting the second kill with the pistol just in time, almost out of bullets. We saw the diffuser spinning on the spot there to try and make him as hard to hit as possible, but Snare was still able to get the kill. And once again, Snake, as he does so often, important impact kill at the end of the round. And Kiko goes aggressive in the following into the path of Snare, and he is delivering early game, as I said he needed to do. Impressive start. They could be able to put a lot more pressure on A now.
Yeah, Vitality starting to find their stride here in the next couple of rounds. If they can keep it up, they could take the lead right back early on. Slayer able to find that nice pick on to Dezane, who really wasn't ready for anyone to be in that position. Spoxy still holding on to the A top angle, though. Snare, unfortunately not able to connect. Spotted just the shoulder over there. Gets the secondary shot, though, and that is exactly what they need to probably secure this round at this point. Flex and Lion Claw going to be going for the double pinch here to see what they can do. Snare already holding the flank, though. Not going to be able to connect, but the trade is there from Slayer. Flex now left in a bit of a 1v4, but I feel like oftentimes we're starting to see this more and more in the league. Some of these become almost like a tactical pause in themselves, but this time Flex, he's just going to go running for it and catches Snake right away.
Yeah, immediate hit back, 2-2. Vitality not wanting to let LCK have this clean start. Are they able to win the half, Vitality? Even though LCK, we know how competent they are on this map. I do wonder if that'll be too much for them to come back from. Little head jiggle duel from long range. Flex is looking for Snare and will take 3 shots. Is it going to be 4? It will be, and Snare finally will go down. That's probably the most attempts I've ever seen in that position in one go.
Yeah, a bit like he was asking for it in that one, but for LCK, it is a much-needed pick to start things off, and as we've seen for Vitality, having the numbers not really crucial for them in winning these rounds. It definitely helps, but the way they play, they're able to carry themselves individually enough so where LCK definitely isn't out of the woods just yet in this one. Lion Claw about to run into some trouble in mid. Horus and Snake both going to be peeking out on those double doors. Unfortunately, no kill either way, and he'll be able to reset, but only 20 HP left to work with on this critical position. Could come back to hurt him. He calls for the support of Dezane, though, playing on the mid ramp and hopefully able to get something done here. But Vitality, I like what they're doing, just trying to get a lot of information where the defenders are at, not necessarily getting too overeager just yet. But Slayer, what a peek over the top to take down Flex.
Yeah, that's a great recovery. But then, of course, Horus is caught looking at 2 separate angles when Dezane and Lion Claw as a combination come pushing his way. So advantage retained, or regained, I should say, for LCK. That does open up a bit of a path on B, though, for Vitality. There are 2 players in that position, so they take advantage of the space that they know has been left. Now, a double flank round here from Lion Claw and Zane. It's going to work out really well for Lion Claw. Big kill on Slayer. This makes this after plant a lot more difficult now for Totsin and Snake. These are the two players we want in this position, though. They're so good in these clutch scenarios and whatever disadvantage. And look at that crossfire. Totsin and Snake do get it done. And Spoxy has to go pushing forward. Snake gets that headshot. And what did I tell you? They're just so damn good in those situations.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy to think we're already 5 rounds in and we've seen 2v4s on a post plant from Vitality for 2 out of these 3 rounds. So for LCK, they've just got to get a little bit more organized, I think, on these post plant situations, because that is where Vitality is one of the strongest teams we've seen in this league, and you've got to be ready for everything in those situations. Unfortunately for LCK, though, they are going to be giving up that lead pretty early on here, and this map does tend to slightly favor, I think, the GR side. So for Vitality, this is a really power position to be in now if they can keep this momentum strong and continue to find these late round situations going their way. This time, though, Lion Claw going for that aggression early on. He doesn't really have much support to work with other than Flex down in the distance, but you can see Snake, he really wants to take this fight on to him, but thinks a little bit better of it and decides to call for the support.
He wants to keep going, doesn't he? To press this issue. Totsin does go checking. But Lion Claw will again hit a headshot. Looking very clean early game is Lion Claw. Oh, and Flex gets into position to stop Snare as well. Kiko's in the corner. Horus will not check it. Just like that. Looks like it's going to completely fall apart. Hang on. Kiko's going to go down. Slayer and Snake will get a couple of kills, but Dezane was unchecked. And will Goomba stomp Snake out of the round. And Slayer will go down 2 to Lion Claw. So LCK answer back quickly, not wanting to let Vitality get away. Back to 3-all.
Yeah, a bit dicey there in the mid round, but they're still able to get it done. For LCK, though, they need a little bit more momentum than that to get things going their direction fully. A lot of good utility, though, coming out of them early in this round. Horus and Totsin taking a lot of early damage outside of the B bridge, and you can see Horus maybe trying to sneak into position. Slayer on the other side just holding on to that A-long pressure. But Lion Claw and Flex, they've been so hard to deal with so far over towards the B hotel position, both of them knowing when to aggress at the perfect time to really put a stop to these early round pushes from Vitality. Almost forces them to play just a passive setup at the start of this BL side, but it's not going to stop Snake from getting the opener. Flex going down on the repeat from Totsin as well, and Vitality are in full control now.
Zane already trying to make something happen because his team needs it in this round, but only the 1 kill. Totsin very confident on that reface trade. And now Spoxy needs one of his signature sight holds, which may be pretty impossible now, but I think he realizes that he needs to try and go looking for something. Slayer is seen long range, to be fair. C4's nowhere near a sight yet. Don't need to make a call for a while, but as you can see, Snare's now rotating all the way around the safer rotation path to make sure he doesn't get caught. So it should be fine now, even though Spoxy is looking for this. It's too long range, and the bomb should be planted on B.
Yeah, Vitality, they've got the advantage here for the moment. The HP on a couple of them, though, is a little bit lower, but we've seen them do work already on these B post plants. They do a great job of kind of baiting this early corner and always having that extra player tucked away on the long staircase to try and draw down the clock. And this is where Spoxy needs to be a little bit more assertive on the retake. He likes to be kind of the slow peaker on his team, but this time he's going to be punished for doing so. Kiko now left in a 1v3, but there is just no way that's going to happen. Snare continuing to rain havoc on LCK as they start to take a little bit of a momentum shift in their favor. At this point, it started off 2-0 for LCK, but since that 2-0, it's start to feel like Vitality kind of has the majority of the control.
It does, right? Even though LCK still are getting these opening picks now and again, Vitality on that blacklist side are not going away, and that makes things difficult for LCK long term on the map. Even though we know LCK picking into it so damn much. Confident in it. They've found great wins on the map against top teams before, but yeah, it's sometimes a little bit 50-50 for them against Vitality. And more often than not, Vitality find a way to beat them, obviously, because they're the best in the league. So let's see if they can hold to this one and bring it back to 4 apiece. We've got everyone in position for LCK. There's no gap that is exposed right now for Snake, Slayer, and Totsin to work their way through. Going to try and make a move now, but as you can see, being watched relatively defensively by Flex like we've seen before, but he knows he can just try and play for one kill and then wait for the retake.
Bit of a timing issue, though. He actually doesn't catch them crossing onto site, peaks late, not able to get the kill either, and even in the 5-on-3, giving up a full bomb site can be a bit of a risk here, so Vitality, they're going to be set up for the post plant here. Slayer already getting the information that nobody is immediately on the flank. He can pivot to supporting on the bridge, and he's going to find the first kill of this retake. And so far, it's looking decent for Vitality's potential. It's only a 2-for-1 exchange, and they're still able to hang on here to Zane, trying to put a stop to it. But now Slayer, left alone, just isn't able to hold his feet to the fire. A good attempt there by Vitality, but ultimately, in the 5-on-3, LCK get it done.
Yeah, I mean, you rightly said it is dangerous giving away those pieces of control to Vitality, and I was about to say, if Vitality had won that round again, right, they just make it happen more often than not, especially with like Snake and Totsin in those scenarios. They're so good at getting the multi-kills in after-plant scenarios, and just in their anchor positions. But that time, LCK were able to break through, so well played. That was not an easy one, and they've done quite well there. And we're back even at 4 apiece. Who will win the first half of this series?
Yeah, very critical round for both teams here. Surprising, though, to see Horus. I think he said he had 16 ADR here when we saw his name pop up. So that is a bit of a tough one for him. Normally one of the key entries for Vitality, but at the very least, you've got Snake and Snare, the dynamic duo, kind of playing around that, keeping them competitive in this one. LCK, though, pretty equal across the board. Dezane, though, continuing to step up and hit these early picks helps quite a bit. Snare on the opposite side, though, takes down Spoxy on the top of A. Now Snare and Horus, they're going to try and make their move. Snare able to find himself a nice kill as well onto Kiko. And now Lionclaw has to try and trade it out. Unfortunately, it's just not going to work out for them. Now Dezane is left in a bit of a tight spot. Snare good for 3 so far. Flex left alone, and there's really not much he can do. He's already been spotted and called out. Horus has a perfect flank to secure this kill, but somehow actually Flex midair takes him, but the trade at least is there as Vitality secure the half.
Yeah, and I said, what was it, 2 or 0-2, I think, to LCK, or 2-0 to LCK, so if Vitality find a way to, maybe 2-1, to be fair, because I wouldn't have been talking about it if Vitality hadn't won a round yet, but if Vitality won the half, they'll be really, really happy, and I think they're very content right now where they've got LCK. Let's see if they can hold on now on the Global Risk side instead. In comes a very fast play from LCK, though, trying to catch them off guard. They might not be able to, though. Snare and Snake and Totsin will all hold on. And Spoxy has been left in the back line trying to get this trade kill and has not been able to get it because no one's peeked him until right then.
Yeah, I mean, Spoxy, nothing short of a miracle needed here. He's already somehow found himself a double kill, but thankfully for Vitality, they're going to put a stop to that one, but very risky there at the finish line. But have to give credit to Vitality. I'd love to see a replay of it at some point, but they threw just 1 or 2 solid nades at the beginning of the last round, and it hit almost every player as they pushed through the mid-double doors, I think doing like 200 or 300 damage to LCK at the start of the last round, and that's the type of difference you need in a match this close. And now they've got Slayer getting the opening sniper pick as well onto Kiko. It's going to put that extra pressure onto LCK in this one, but Dezane continues to deliver on these entry frags. Good for a 2-piece. Spoxy finds Snare as well. Slayer, thankfully, trying to keep the dream alive here, but it might be a little bit too late in the round to make that happen. Still a 1-on-2 in front of him. C4 down outside of B long, but there's already A control in the hands of Spoxy, and this is such a key position to work with. But it's not going to matter. Slayer, oh my goodness, right there in Dezane. He is so low on HP in this 1-on-1.
Yeah, it's a brilliant bit of awareness there from Slayer just to hard clear that angle, especially from that range. And yeah, Dezane might have a good position of his own, a similar one, but he has to resort to playing the head glitch angle and just try and play the long game. Slayer is doing a very good job to continue to be maneuverable. And now they're about to meet, I think, because Dezane's pushing forward. Slayer won't be hearing it until very shortly, and now maybe a bit worried about these sort of angles, and he's going back to check at the right timing. Is he ready for it? Oh, he's seen a pixel of him. He's seen a pixel of him, and the perfect timing from Slayer. Oh, all the important rounds are going Vitality's way. 2 clutches and a couple of 2v4s earlier. They're really showing what they're made of this afternoon.
Yeah, it's such a tough one here now for LCK to try and recover, and you can see Vitality trying to just go for the full push into mid. This is always a massive risk, though. This is a huge confidence play. This time it's just not going to get anything really for them. They're able to find at least Lion Claw in that situation, but a 1-on-4 for Slayer. He did just get a 1v3, but could be a lot to ask here of him in this one. But if you're Vitality, I don't necessarily blame them in this position. You're up 7-4. It's worth to take that kind of risk to maybe try and close the game out and kill the momentum completely.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, they feel like they're in control. You can't just do the same thing every single round and expect the same results. So, may as well go for something a little bit wilder. That's exactly what they do there. Slayer looking for another clutch. This one would be pretty much impossible. He does really well to find 2 again, but it's Flex's turn to take him down. So gap back to 2.
Yeah, definitely some solid rounds coming out from LCK here. Even in the early round, I still feel like they're getting a lot done. It's just these mid to late round situations where Vitality is just so strong to get across in these fights. And this one so far, it's just a quick 1-for-1. Lion Claw trying to take position, gets caught in the process by Slayer, but the trade's still back and forth, slightly in favor of Vitality in this one. And Spock's trying to get Autel alive. He's stuck behind the bar there, trying to make something happen, though. He's going to go for the repeat, and he isn't ready for that kind of approach. So definitely a winnable one now either way, but Snare looking for that cheeky angle across on the B. He might be able to find it here. Flex was giving him that day, but Totson, pistol in hand, able to catch Spoxy off guard.
Yeah, that's very nice. And now Flex has to clutch. Bomb is down. And now Totson and Snare are going to push forward. They've got plenty of utility still, actually, these two. So it might be difficult for Flex to make some impact. But if you can get the opening kill quickly, I'll be expecting a push on this sort of timing. And yes, it will catch Snare off guard. But the problem is he was low. He was low after that opening duel. So it will be a Totson clutch again. Another close round goes Vitality's way.
Yeah, Vitality on those plants. They know how to get this one across the line, and that is where LCK are going to have to figure out how they can change things up a little bit more. I'd also just like to see Kiko step up a bit more in this first map. He's been kind of quiet on the day so far, and he's normally a pretty solid trader and entry fragger for this team, so they could definitely use that extra little bit of impact, because so far, Zane has actually looked like the strongest entry fragger in this lobby. The problem is they're just not able to capitalize once they get that early round momentum, and that's where LCK is falling a little bit short here, because you have players like Slayer and Snare who are just doing a great job in these mid-round cleanup situations.
So reliable as always. Can LCK keep Vitality off of map point? 4 of Vitality's players all looking so solid right now. 14, 12, 11, 10 kills. Only Horus lagging behind a little bit, but that doesn't really matter when you've got teammates around you playing as well as this. Snare's going to find his counterpart cleanly early. I mentioned I wanted a good Snare map, and I have got it. I'm very happy to report he is so back.
Yeah, at this point, it's going to be a tough one to potentially find back for LCK. A lot of pressure onto A Long, and it's actually going to result in them getting 2 kills. Unfortunately, it leaves Dezane alone, and he's going to be quickly taken down after that in the 3-on-1 by Snake. So really good effort from Vitality over towards just countering sort of any aggression thrown their way. The only faltering in their steps they've had is the bit of the over risk they had in that round pushing deep into mid on the GR side. But since then, they haven't really given up a round. So for Vitality, all they need to do is just kind of sit back. You've got 4 rounds of pressure you put on them. Now they need to win every single thing they can to get back into this. And Snare, he knows that. He's able to find the first to capitalize on the push, but Lion Claw, the late flank, perfectly timed there to take down Snake. Spoxy as well, still holding on to the bomb site. Gives them a lot of potential here, but Dezane, the reload timing, he's late to the party, but it's not going to matter. Kiko thankfully there to hold on to this one for LCK.
A little bit to go left maybe in this one. Vitality want to change anything up. We've seen them go for pacier plays when they've been in more control of the game, just to make the unpredictability of their moves a bit more difficult for LCK to read. But Horus does go for something aggressive there again. It doesn't pan out, so Slayer needs to respond, and of course he does very, very quickly. Slayer's had a brilliant map as well. He's been so clean with it. Spoxy does wait for Snake to go peeking though. So, advantage regained.
Yeah, right now Totson, he's the anchor they need in this round to maybe close out the map. He's holding on to the Windows position. Gets spotted though on the extra long peek there from Lion Claw, just catching him on the tail end of it. Gives them so much advantage here, but Slayer, he is holding on to the back staircase, Snare holding to the top side, so they have full control over the top of this bomb site, and LCK may not know that just yet. They've got to be very careful in how they go for this plant, and now they're definitely going to know it's being held from the tower. Snare going to be good for the first, but Slayer, unfortunately, not able to find anything from underneath the stairs, and now they've pretty much got this one on lockdown. Snare would need a huge 1v3 to win it back, and Lion Claw very aware of what to watch in this circumstance. Gets them 2 in a row now, and 2 away from overtime, but Vitality, all they need is one good round to close it out.
And they have been experimenting a little bit on some of these opening round maneuvers too, so if they play more stock solid, maybe that's the answer to closing. So with a couple of pot shots through the smoke, connected with one last round, but that was in a disadvantage. This time it's just an opening foray onto that side of the map.
Yeah, for now, Kiko kind of feeling the pressure over towards A, but not a whole lot else to be had. Kiko, though, on the re-peek, able to catch Snare right in the dome with that one. Early 5-on-4 advantage, but as we've seen, it doesn't necessarily mean too much against Vitality the way this map has played out so far. But for LCK, they're putting a lot of their energy towards just holding on to this B hotel position, and rightfully so. They've actually caught Horus quite a few times out of position over towards the B side of the map, but this time he's changed things up a little bit, going to be playing an off angle, just anchoring the bomb site by himself. The rest of his team just getting aggressive over towards A, might actually be able to catch Flex here, but it's going to be the push on to B that's not contested at all by Horus, so they still get the advantage across the map, get control of this B bomb site, and they'll be able to set up 4-on-3 for the post.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult from here. I'd rely on Vitality if they're on the blacklist side here. That's when their holds are usually so good, but recovering things is very difficult. So we'll find the first though, and they should know multiple players are stuck behind those stairs. Can Snake defuse behind the wall? I'm not so sure. All the kills filed through. They were so concerned about how many players there were to hold that line while the defuser's coming in. They all decide to face together, and it falls flat on its face.
A bit of a bummer, but at the very least, it is going to be a map 1 victory for Vitality. So many opportunities, though, it felt like, Trav, that first map for LCK to capitalize and maybe grab that eagle eye for themselves. You think back to all the clutches, a lot of missed opportunities, so hopefully they can show us a little bit more when we think about map 2, but we'll go ahead and throw it down to our desk to break down map number 1 and see what they thought.
Yeah, Kyle, I really agree that it felt like they had a lot of opportunity to close the game or even get closer to Vitality, maybe get to overtime, but in the grand scheme of things, it felt like, yeah, Vitality have the clutch solution, whether they are doing pretty bad when it comes to earlier on the round, or they're just like, yeah, we know how to spot the LCK players.
Ultimately, I think, a bit of a slight kind of cosmetic comeback. There's a couple of rounds of telling. I think generally you can see in games like this where for Vitality, they just have a little bit more of the edge. And it comes back to this kind of conversation I've been talking about with them, where it's, there's quite distinct gaps at the moment between like Vitality, and then there's a bit of a gap, and it's, you know, the likes of the LCKs and Nemesis of the world, and a bit of a gap, and then Unnights, and that's sort of how things have panned out for the last few seasons. And you can see it here. This is a map in which you expect LCK to really start off a series quite well on, look quite strong, but, you know, in the grand scheme, if we actually kind of zoom out a little bit, it's really not that, you know, hard of a performance. Vitality, they kind of coast for the most part. I feel like they're not really forced to break that much of a sweat. And for LCK, then it's now back to the drawing board for them. You know, this sort of 10-15 minute break in between the maps and whatnot. As though like this is always meant to be like the go-to map for LCK, right? And this is the one, their pocket pick, that Eagle Eye, where they find a lot of strength. This is where they're meant to really bolster themselves and start series quite well. And unfortunately, it's just nothing like that. It's oh so simple for this Vitality side. They've now got their map and new compound coming up next, and it probably should be more of the same, if not worse.
Yeah, and for me, it feels like LCK, they're not finding a way to get better and better in the game, and it feels like the new generation are about to get closer to their level. It's like they're standing at the same position. Vitality are going by far being the best team in the West, and new talents are starting to appear, and it looks like LCK will be the first team to fall off after what they are actually preventing to us. I know that still a lot of teams are facing hard time to play versus LCK, but it's just a matter of time. If they stayed at the same level, stayed with the same strats, nothing getting upgraded, nothing to have in their pocket, it feels like they might just drop off.
Yeah, no, exactly that. We take a look at the scoreboard at the kind of tail end as well. The Zane looked pretty solid. We kind of got these moments from Lion Claw, but unfortunately, we just didn't get enough. You know, the talisman over towards the LCK side of Spoxy kind of struggled to really deliver when we required from him, and Flex couldn't do a hell of a lot either. Not only, unfortunately, the corner in the palmer, but I think he struggled too. And despite Horus looking, you know, pretty off his game, the rest of the team stepped up in a big way. And, you know, no real surprises that those three, Snake Slayer and Snare, who always can step up, do in this game. They look so solid. And like I said, a little bit of a cosmetic comeback. There's a couple of rounds towards that tail end. But generally speaking, I think the scoreline's slightly misleading. Vitality looked and felt comfortable, mainly all the way throughout that. And I just don't think LCK offered up enough resistance for me to ever really doubt that that Vitality were ever going to be in for the chance of closing this. And now this puts the series so heavily in their kind of favor with that new compound coming up next. You got this MVP off the back of that map. It is Snare, no shocker. Always so solid, and you know you can make the argument mechanically one of, if not actually, the best player that we have here in the West League, and it's showings that are exactly why we say it.
Yeah, of course, he's one of the best players that we have in the West League, and also I really want to bring something back on Horus. He's the entry player. It's like usually the entry players are the players that die a lot, doesn't have the chance to collect kills. Sometimes Horus just steps up and he's just like, yeah guys, before I drop down I will take a couple of heads with me. So that's why we expect him to do much, and normally he does a lot of stuff for the team. This game versus LCK, it felt more of he is the info collector for the team, and the rest of the team, they had everything in their pockets. Snake always going with the crazy flank plays that we always expect from him. Also, you have seen the combination from his Snare and Slayer. They both know how to get this stuff done.
Yeah, exactly that. And it really does become quite worrying now, I think, for LCK, just not the showing that they needed. This sort of 10-minute break in between maps, we need a completely different look in LCK. Especially, I think we just need a really strong starting towards the new compound for me to really have any sort of a chance in my eyes. But if I'm being frank, I kind of doubt that they have the chance. I feel like we've seen moments throughout you know, kind of previous series between these two sides, whether it's kind of playoffs in previous seasons or even towards the regular season, but it's always Vitality have had that edge. And despite maybe the upset of the Unnights or other teams maybe making life a little bit difficult for Vitality, this is the game where it always feels like Vitality have had a bit of an edge. They've always been able to kind of really find that extra 10% and that real second wind late in towards maps. And I think we're getting it the same here. So I worry. I don't really think LCK are going to have too much to offer up in. I think, ever so slightly might be quite dejected heading in towards this map number 2, having lost their pick of the Eagle Eye, which is meant to be the pocket pick, as I mentioned. So all expectation for me is that this should be a pretty solid 2-0 now.
Yeah, I totally agree with you again on this department. It's just like going to Vitality's way. Yeah, at the end they just like start slacking. Yeah, it doesn't matter. They dropped a couple of rounds, but it was super clear that they found a way to just make LCK collapse and doesn't find a way to play versus Vitality. Also, I have a lot of technical stuff that I really want to bring down. Basically their execution toward A, it's always the best. Like, yeah, you have the Vitality special doing like a little bit of a fake towards B, going through mid, and then boom, like you shift the momentum, like shift your plays good to the A execution, go on a split, use the smokes, stuns, and you just take the plays down in LCK multiple times. And it felt like, yeah, sometimes it doesn't go with a special execution that they have in mind. They just go with, like, they roll with the ball and see where it goes. They use their communication, and the communication goal was just like, yeah, having a really good and nice way to open a window for a snake to find and collect those random kills of LCK's rotations. It's always a key winning factor for Team Vitality.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think, for Flex, he's got to really find ways to find gaps and towards the side. He didn't play very well in terms of just his sort of individual ability, but he's got to find ways to outcall. And I think, it's obviously a very, very difficult side to outcall, generally speaking. We know this is a team of Vitality who are very, very able to kind of make these kind of quite quick adjustments on the fly. They're mid to late roundings where they do a lot of their best work. We know that the entry pathing is generally pretty strong, but I think you really get the value out of a Vitality side, especially even internationally, in those kind of mid to late rounds when they have to adjust on the fly. That's what's always made them quite scary, that depending on the space that they've taken, they can always adapt to a situation. And that's where for LCK, I don't think it's as solid. I think for LCK, they do a lot of their best work when they make a call out of spawn. They have a set kind of either strat if they're on the offense, or if they kind of shelled up on towards the side of the defense, they can kind of sit back and say, these are the setups we're going for: 2 towards this side, 1 towards mid, 2 here, etc., etc. And if that falls apart, they're not as good and not as sharp at reacting the way that Vitality are. So we'll see, but this is the way that new compound can work as well. It can be super, super loose in the calling style. And I think, again, that will just benefit Vitality a hell of a lot.
Yeah, of course, and for new compound, it's more of like, I really want to see new stuff coming from Team Vitality. We have seen some of those stuff early on today. The triple sniper that it got brought to us from Team 3BL Galaxy. I know that was just like, yeah, out of the fun of the game and just chilling versus the team that they have played early on, Imperium. But like, yeah, guys, you can be creative, just be creative in the game, and also at the same time, like, I really want to mention this for 3BL Galaxy. You have Hunt. While he's not shot calling, he's the best player in the bench, so you might just trying to think about that, but that's for 3BL on the side. Now for Vitality, it's just a matter of time till we see them ruling with the West League. They got the first place. They lost only 1 game, but for game number 2 versus LCK, we'll head to a small break and get back to you with game number 2 with, of course, Kyle and Trav. Okay.
is exactly the kind of game and performance I wanted to see.
This is the Hail Mary.
Every individual player is bringing their A game right now.
That's what I'm talking about. I've had enough of being quiet. I want to get things moving.
The Menacin not able to get
Free! Oh my word, straight out through that smoke just makes Zane has spotted out Chris here. Yes, Trevor very scared going for that swing.
Vitality clearly mean business today, and LCK have a lot on their hands. It's no longer their map pick, and they lost it anyway. It's now Vitality's map pick. It should be a 2-0. We'll have to see if LCK can find any answers coming up here.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough road ahead for LCK. Last match of this portion of the season as well before we get into the playoffs. So kind of the last chance to see each other before they maybe meet in that playoff bracket. So I'm curious to see what that means in what could be the final map of this part of the season. So I'm actually hoping LCK can push back a little bit more here and maybe even take this one to a third map, but they'll have to give us a lot more than what we saw in that first map of the series. It felt like there was just so many opportunities squandered by this team, and I know they're a lot better than what we've seen in these last couple of days from them as well. So hopefully they're starting to get more into that playoff mentality, because come this time next week, they're going to have to be really pushing themselves to new heights if they want to, in fact, make it to that finals.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, right? I mean, you could argue with the supposedly more important matches on the way, like, are they going to be hiding any plays? Probably. Are they going to be waiting to see, if Vitality are going to throw in anything kind of wacky, a bit goofy in this sort of game, to maybe throw them off their guard a little bit if there's going to be a future more important game in those playoffs. So, yeah, it's an interesting one, and I think... yeah, for me, the Vitality side, they've obviously been known for a while at just not letting up in any sort of these situations. They've always tried to get these long win streaks in play. They don't really play or get caught too often at all. Only that one game against our Knights recently, and that was the first time they'd lost in 24 games or so. So, yeah, I mean, you're not expecting any errors. You're expecting that to only be a temporary blip. And for LCK, I think it's maybe there's a little bit of a prac game for them in a way to see how they can go for the future.
Yeah, for LCK, it's really just going to be learning what they can, I think, from this one, and then being really ready to lock in for that playoff picture, because that's where things are going to be up in the air for a lot of these teams. I feel like Vitality is the only team I could say at this point is probably confidently a lock-in for EWC, but everybody else, they're going to be neck and neck, I think, for those final two spots alongside them when it comes to playoff time. So I am curious to see who can rise up and really make that happen, because you look at teams like 3BL, they came into that first match today really hungry, and they showed a lot of their potential in that, whereas I feel like if you look at the top four, you've had a lot of mishaps from the teams like LCK and Unknights in some of their recent games, to where it's like they're up for grabs if they don't have a strong performance and that confidence level going to the first round of playoffs, and they're definitely not a team I would say feels super safe at this point.
I know, right? I think as well, that's one of the main things I'm just so impressed with, Vitality in general and how they play in this league, is that they could easily, maybe they will see it here, maybe they'll drop off a tiny bit, but feels unlikely. But that even with their incredible results and the fact they're locked into those upper semi-finals already anyway, they don't let it slip, right? They don't let it slide. They don't take things for granted, really, ever. And for LCK, it would be very important for them to find some sort of difference, as you said, to get above Nemesis into that second place. So, yeah, the fact that that's not going to happen, it might mean they have to play that one extra game, which is obviously not something that they necessarily want to do if they can avoid it. So, we shall see if that happens. We're waiting for Horus to get back into the server, by the way. Hopefully not too long. He's the one we're waiting to sort out things. So, once he's in, we'll get started as soon as we can.
Yeah, hopefully not too much longer, and at the very least, gives them a little bit more time to chat through. It's always good to still see Stray around with these guys as well. I feel like we talk so much about the players on Vitality, but like I also think Vitality has the biggest advantage in a coach you could ask for in this region as well. I mean, the last time Stray was actually in a competitive event was actually when his team took second place at Worlds in 2018. So that's a lot of advantage to have, and just, you know, brain power, knowing how to handle these high stress situations as well. And I love seeing him come into this roster the last couple of years and elevate them to new heights, because you look back at the Vitality that was, you know, 2 or 3 years ago, they were a team that could barely qualify to the international stage. And when they got there, they almost rarely won matches. Now, even on the international stage, this team is quite competitive. And I feel like he's a big credit to that as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you have a personnel behind you as a coach or analyst, or, you know, anyone behind the scenes who's been there, done that for years and years and years, it's only going to be a help, right? There's no way it's ever going to be a hindrance. And yeah, clearly, as you said, the progression they've made to be maybe a little bit more competitive on that international stage. Maybe one day, you know, they could maybe make a push if they're able to continue growing. Obviously, it's hard to grow when you are mainly only playing CFWL, which usually, more often than not, as we've seen, doesn't give them the biggest test in the world, unfortunately. That's obviously hard, but they do play a couple of other events as well to maybe help that. We have seen them be tested by a 3BL in a different tournament this year, and then BO5 3BL managed to win, I believe. So yeah, they're not infallible, Vitality, but yeah, it's the time that it takes for them to get warmed up for these big events, and then finally all the pressure that comes with that, knowing it's your one opportunity per year, or maybe only one of 2 opportunities per year to really show something. That's always something that can get to you, and I feel like a person like Stray, who's been around for so long, he can help with that mentality for sure.
Yeah, I almost feel like to get to the next level for Vitality, I'd love to see them maybe play like a season of the CFPL in China, for example, just to see where they would actually land against, you know, the tier 2 teams of another region, because frankly for West, I feel like their best competition still doesn't push them to the limits as much as it should. So I think for them it would be an interesting venture to see if that could push them up to new heights, because if West is going to take home an international championship, this is probably the best team we've got on the table right now. But I am curious, since you've had a handful of matches you've got to see of the other teams as well throughout the season, who you think is maybe the number 2 in the region right now? Because going into the season, I would have said definitively it's LCK, but even if you look at the final standings, it seems like with a win here, it would actually be Nemesis in the overall standings. I was curious if you feel like they are truly the number 2 team, though, when you look at the playoff bracket.
I'm not so sure. I mean, it's weird, right? I mean, the only team that's been able to beat Vitality, funnily enough, is our Knights, and they're actually lagging behind that top 3 a little bit. I thought it would be LCK as well. I mean, so many seasons we've seen that squad perform so damn well at this level and just be so consistent. Look, not as consistent as Vitality, but they'd always, you know, have these really close games against the, you know, our Knights and Nemesises of the world. That's a hard one. And yeah, I thought it would be LCK, but I think in their mind, they won't mind too much and won't care too much as long as they're in playoffs, as long as they're going to have an opportunity, whether it's, you know, Vitality's side of the bracket or not, because I think they know they were always going to be good enough to make top 4. If they weren't, it would be a massive, massive shock. The only thing I think that would be a point of contention is who gets to skip around, who makes the 4th place slot. Maybe Anubis could have punched up, for example, and got one over on Knights and got into that elite group. But yeah, I didn't think Nemesis would place above LCK, but as I said, LCK know it's a playoffs where it matters, and they're always going to be in playoffs. So I'm still convinced that LCK will play second to Vitality in some way this season. Of course, we've got a lower bracket in those playoffs as well. So, you know, it's not going to be the end of the world if they do lose that opening round, or even if Vitality lose a round. So, yeah, it's going to be curious. I'm still going to pick LCK even now, because as we've said many, many times, LCK, if they play at their peak, if all of them deliver in one go, they are a match for anyone. And even Vitality, if Vitality are playing their absolute peak, they beat LCK. But if like one player is off, or 1 or 10% of their game is a little bit off, and they're coming to the game a little bit unpredictable, and maybe not feeling it on the day, and if LCK are, then I'm telling you right now that LCK have the individual ability to really make something happen. But Horus can't join the lobby right now, unfortunately. He's been stuck on logging in for like 5 minutes. So we're going to throw to a break, and when we're back, we'll jump straight into the game. If we can. This is exactly the kind of game and performance I wanted to see.
This is the Hail Mary.
Every individual player is bringing their A game right now.
That's what I'm talking about. I've had enough of being quiet. I want to get things moving.
The Madison not able to get
Free! Oh my word, straight down through that smoke just makes it. Zane has what about Chris here? Yes, Trevor very scared going for that quick.
Hopefully not too long before we finally get this second map underway. LCK have had a lot of time to think about what they're going to be able to put forth in this second map. We've spoken about it a lot already, of course, and I think, you know, they might get into a state of maybe overthinking it because of it. We'll have to see if that's the case or not.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty much do or die for LCK on this map if they want any chance of winning this series back, but Vitality, having the momentum of that first map could help quite a bit, but Spoxy is going to make it that much harder. Dezane as well jumps on the box for a third. A huge set of opening kills going the way of LCK as they take down Slayer for the fourth on this mid push. Now it's going to be all on to Totson, who's just kind of alone here in the B pillars, while the C4 is down on 4 players of LCK, just kind of surrounding it here. And if you're Totson at this point, it's probably around where you just kind of think about what went wrong here versus assuming you'd win this one in a 1v5. But for Vitality, not a whole lot of pressure after picking up that first map win.
Yeah, that Lion Claw will finish it off. Probably more interested in talking about the following round, really, there, for Vitality, than seeing if Totson can win an impossible 1v5. It's not like he had the bomb or anything. It was completely lost. So, LCK, good start. Maneuver fast into the position of Totson in this following round as well. Bit of pressure. Trying to put Lion Claw up close, but they won't go too deep on it. And now Kiko could be about to be pressured. They could be jumping out the window at them if he's not careful. He could be cleared by Horus first, though. And Kiko is better. Snare does trade from the window, but Kiko is looking brilliant at the moment. That's a lovely third kill. Totson's going to face him as well, but they cannot kill Kiko. And they know that Snare is lost alive in the windows. And there's surely no way to remove him. Is Kiko going to get all 5? There it is. Player of the day, perhaps, from Kiko coming in.
Yeah, huge step up already from him in map number 2. He was pretty quiet on the first map of this series, so great to see him holding the line here on mid and really just making things a lot more difficult on Vitality. But for Vitality, it just seems like a bit of a missed opportunity to trade here as well. You had pretty much everybody peeking one by one versus just a quick little burst there to secure that one a little bit safely. But we'll see what they change here in round number 3, because right now things are just not really working out too well for them. I mean, we're on round number 3 and only 1 player's on the board so far for Vitality.
Yeah, not a good sign. A little bit concerning. Kiko's going to go looking for more as well. He's hungry. He's got an appetite for it now. I want some more.
Nice double peek there. Yeah, I mean, for Horus, he kind of needed that follow-up, though, onto Kiko or Spoxy there, but LCK, it just seems like there's no issues at all on this map so far. I'm not really sure what's gotten into Vitality's playstyle. Maybe the pause didn't actually help them as much as it would hope to at this point, but it's going to be Snake just doing what he can, but with only 1 HP, it's Not really going to be too much else in this round. Flex, though, a bit of a shaky one to get it done, but LCK, that's a very clean 3-0 on the table from them, but it almost feels like Vitality just haven't come to life in this map just yet. LCK is just kind of walking all over them across the map.
Yeah, I mean, the example there, and I said great timing, was when Kiko was playing the close angle, Spoxy was going to walk forward with him, and as soon as they decided to make that play, that's when they were gifted an opening fight, and that was one that we're going to expect Spoxy to hit every day of the week. So, yeah, looking really good at the moment. Would be a bit of a turn up if they're able to find this one. As you say, maybe the pause has not helped Vitality, maybe it's just like completely de-stress them, or not de-stress them, but there's a word for it, but I can't think of it right now. We'll come back to it later because there's a play coming through for Lion Claw. Pushed up angle. Snail will go down, but thankfully this time Snake will trade. So let's see. Defocus is kind of what I was thinking. Unfocus them a little bit. Who knows? Either way, they've got a 4v4 here, which is funnily enough the closest they've been in a while.
Yeah, honestly, for Vitality, still one of the better starts they've had on this map so far for a round, but yeah, very shaky at best from them on Compound so far. Snake and Slayer under half HP, Horus on essentially 1 HP, and Totson the only full HP to work with, so still not an easy 4v4 on their hands. It looks like they're going to be targeting Flex's position as well here, over towards the B-bomb side. If they can find him early, maybe they've got a chance here, but the unfortunate thing here is just this low HP. It makes it so hard to feel comfortable on an execute.
Oh, Kiko doesn't know, and Slayer, that's a great catch. One of the healthier players, who are still walking wounded at the moment. 35 seconds now left for a plant. They're going to maneuver their way forward. So they do still have the Zane on the angle, but they're going to clear it properly. And that's a bit more diligent and well thought out from Vitality. Yeah, are still lows. They need to be careful, but now Flex is left in the open. And the trade from Totson is instant. So, well done. They're finally at their first round on the board, and it was quite cleanly done too.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at how rounds have played out so far, by far the cleanest we've seen from Vitality on this second map, and if that's the momentum start they were in need of, maybe that gets them right back into the fight here quickly. We even saw it on the first map to a degree as well. LCK came out with pretty confident opening round, and then a second round as well right after that, fairly uncontested. So it's not to say Vitality can't bounce back quickly by any means. We see them do it pretty often, actually. It feels like a lot of the time we see Vitality, they're lagging in the early game, but by the late game, it just feels like a completely different and dominating team, and we're already starting to see signs of that here in round number 5 as well. You can see them getting the opening pick for one of the first times we've seen on this map. Kiko goes down, and now they've got the advantage to roll forward with.
Snail will eventually get the information on Flex peeking that angle. He's died from that position once already, and then reacts to that aptly. Zane will not be able to get away after his one kill. The immediate re-swing there from Vitality is a lot more alert. Very obviously changed that up for Vitality. There's a significant difference in this fourth and now fifth round off the bat.
Yeah, Spoxy going to go down there, and Vitality, they're right back into it here. 2 rounds in a row, looking for a third to potentially tie it now. And everybody's on the board and starting to get things done for them. Now for LCK, though, this is an important round in itself here. Holding on to the lead versus letting up the tie gives them still a nice advantage to potentially close this first half in their favor. But if Vitality can find this one, the momentum shift is completely equalized and maybe even slightly in favor of Vitality at that point. So Kiko gonna run into trouble with Slayer. What a peek there. Brilliant headshot. Gets it done, and Vitality continue to keep this one to a level playing field.
It's like Kiko got his ace, which is one of the plays of the day, probably the player of the day. And that completely activated Vitality again. Like, just reactivated their mentals. Like, okay, that was really sloppy. We can't be giving one player all 5 kills and can't be trading as weakly as that. And it's made them lock back in again. Pretty crazy.
Yeah, honestly, just kind of insane to see the dynamic difference between the first 3 rounds and the last 2. And This one on top of it, looking like it could potentially be Vitality's to grab, but they're going to have to check this corner here. A little bit late to check it. Lion Claw able to grab the first onto Horus, who quickly goes down afterwards, and now they are able to take control of this B lobby over towards the B doors, but the problem here is they still have to get through Spoxy if they want full control of the B bomb side, and this is where they're going to think better of it and decide to back into the pillars position. They're almost assuming somebody's going to flank here, which normally for LCK is pretty accurate, but this time they're actually going to kind of play this one pretty safe, just having each player hold their own lane and wait for that push. So really, it's up to them if they want to contest Spoxy on the lower B angle here, and this is where normally Spoxy is quite successful, but the counter flash over the top could be enough to sneak them past his angle, and that's a discomforting one there, and Slayer makes it even more uncomfortable on top of it with the kill, taking down Dezane. Flex now left alone in a 1-on-3, and again, Vitality, even when the things look close in the round, they're able to snag it just for themselves, but for Flex, this is a golden opportunity if he can somehow win this one in the 1-on-2. Gets spot early, but doesn't matter. Totson not able to hold his feet to the fire here. Now it's down to the 1v1. Flex! Oh, so close, but so far here. 6 HP. A world of difference for Vitality in this round.
Oh, that is so unfortunate. Flex done everything right there in that clutch, but perfect pre-aims, perfect pre-fires on those angles that the first two players were playing from. Just couldn't complete it. Snake, once again, so reliable in that clutch, makes it happen again. And yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, the take of the site there from Vitality was unbelievable. I mean, it was just so perfect. They went so wide into finding Spoxy. It was very unpredictable for him. Look at this from Vitality immediately in the following. They get past the clutch attempt from Flex, and then they've gone entering in toward that Kiko position again, and Kiko, for the second time in this game, playing that role, has been completely deleted, and he hasn't got a kill since he got that ace. So they've been countering him pretty much perfectly.
Yeah, I love how they're playing this round as well. Even though they win the fight and take A long control, they're just wasting utility to try and sneak these players back towards B and hoping the rotation has come through, but Lion Claw, thankfully, still holding on as the anchor here. They thought it might be an open site, so Totson goes in for it, but unfortunately, no trade potential set up there. Horus a little bit late to the party, has to wait now for Snake, and now the information has been gathered. Lion Claw as well, good for a second, still hasn't been shut down in this lower bomb side position, and now the advantage Vitality built for themselves in this round has kind of just dwindled down to nothing at this point. Lion Claw has to be able to hold for at least one more to hold that value of the bomb side. Unfortunately, it's just not going to happen. Flex, at the very least, is able to find one on the lurk. Spoxy as well, on rotation, catches Snare, so it's all on to Slayer in the 1-on-2.
Yeah, that's an annoying death for Snare. He really wanted to activate while he thought that surely Spoxy and Flex would be distracted by the site take, but Spoxy cleared it well. And this is very, very difficult for Slayer. If he was full health, I would say absolutely, but in this situation, maybe not. He's going to try and peek for an opening kill, but yeah, Spoxy runs in and on the jump hits the headshot with that sidearm. So yeah, nothing you can do about that one if you're Slayer. Even if he was full health, he would have been destroyed there. That USP is too strong.
Yeah, really tough one there for Vitality to hang on to. They had the right idea, it just came down to some poor timing on those mid-rotations getting caught. And now it's going to be up to Vitality to try and answer back if they want to keep this one at a tie and keep it close going in to that second half. It does tend to be a GR-sided map, so if Vitality even puts up 4 here, they're probably feeling good about their chances to take it back on the GR side. But for LCK, they need this to be a statement of a half. They had such a good start, but now they've been struggling a little bit to hang on to that. Slayer able to answer back after the opening 2 picks go the way of LCK here. Still holding on to the advantage, but this is where they need to be a little bit careful on the LCK side, not to overextend and give up another pick to equalize for Vitality. You can see Totson trying to find that opportunity, almost catches Lion Claw on the extra peek here. He's going to have that opportunity, but a nice little bait and switch here from Spoxy. Should have netted Spoxy the kill, but Spoxy misses. The kill goes the other direction, make it a double kill as well. He just reverse sweeps this one in that 1-on-2 from what should have been a kill from Spoxy.
Look at Slayer. That all the commotion has made them completely distracted to this. Flex is going to have no idea whatsoever. I mean, what a little mini masterclass that was from Totson. It may look pretty whiffy that he's missing lots of shots, but the way he danced back and forth between the window and the door there, the way he isolated each fight, that was really well dealt with. That's all the experience of these Vitality players and knowing how to deal with those awkward scenarios. I mean, I was shocked he was able to get away with both, but maybe I shouldn't be, because Vitality are just that good in those particular fights. Zane's trying to clutch, and fair play to him, we'll give it a go, but Totsin will take him down with that recovered sniper. So, all around from Totsin, he's the MVP of that one, and Vitality are back up to 4.
Yeah, just really smart gameplay from Vitality to take that one away from what should have been an LCK round, just failing to hit some crucial trades there. This time, though, they're going to go for the full pillars control play. Totsin ready on the other side of it. Good for a first, but not a whole lot more actually after that. Dezane doing the heavy lifting here on the entry frags, able to find himself 2, looking for a third, but it's actually Snare who takes him down later on in this one. Slayer now left alone in a 1-on-3. He's already been spotted out as well, and Spoxy able to get the job done in this half. Thankfully, LCK able to hold on to this one, but you've got to give Vitality a lot of credit. This was at one point a 3-0 lead for LCK, and they've made this one very close now going into the second half.
Yeah, for me, I think that puts Vitality in a slightly stronger position. Let's see. LCK are they're battling, but Vitality are just looking better ever since, as we said, that 3-0 lead. Slayer looking to try and pre-fire Lion Claw. He knows it's a very common default position and goes for the fight immediately. Blink your eye and you're dead.
Yeah, for LCK now, it is going to be a tough one to find something in, but actually Spoxy doing a good job of catching Snake on the edge of that A smoke. He's able to find himself one to reply with, but still, they've got to deal with Snare in the off angle here. It's kind of a unique position to actually have the TRG user holding that forward with, but I do like the approach here because they have also got Horse behind him assisting from the back of the A-bomb side. Slayer, though, just kind of pushing out for info, but Kiko, he's already pushing up middle as well on the opposite side here, looking to take the fight on to Slayer, and they're going to go ahead and double nade the corner. A good set of nades actually takes him down to about half HP, but now they're going to double back onto the A-bomb side, and this is where Horus has to be able to hang on here. He's been struggling all day long. He's going to continue to do so here on this bomb site. Snare, good for a first here to try and keep things close. Unfortunately, it might not actually be close enough. Totsin now left in a 1-on-3.
Yeah, Horus having a bit of a rough one, and of course he was the player that was struggling to even log into his account at the beginning of the game, which is why we had the delay. Maybe that's something that has made him, kind of caused him to have difficulty focusing on the game, maybe, who knows. But yeah, it wasn't amazing on map 1 either, so yeah, it's one of the things that Vitality are having to deal with at the moment, and it's a great round from Flex. Big multi for him, to a 10-4 scoreline for him. Spoxy 11-5. That's exactly what you want from your 2 TRG players. Looking that strong. Of course, Flex is not going to use it all the time. Just went for an opening pick in this round. Then went back to the rifle again. Back to the HK. Saw how good he was with it in that previous. So, LCK have a bit of daylight again between them and Vitality.
Yeah, not a bad position at all for LCK to be in. They've also done a lot of early round damage onto Snare that could net them an early kill here, but they've got to be aware of Totsin and Spoxy ready for him, able to take him out of the picture early on in this round. And now that LCK have got the advantage, they can group back up here towards mid and add some extra pressure across the map. Slayer going to be playing tucked away underneath the mid tower, might be able to catch somebody off guard. He's got Snake close by if the support is needed as well. So I do like the setup here from Vitality, but it's actually going to be Slayer who swings through the flash, gets the triple kill. Oh. What a way to capitalize off of that flash. Spoxy left in the tower, wondering what's gone wrong here. Thankfully, him and Flex able to turn things around a little bit and make this one a 2-on-2. Slayer, though, going to be spotted out as well. And as much as that play was massive to hold on to mid from Slayer, it may not be enough here unless Horus can close this one out. He's been struggling all day long, but a 1v2 here could make a world of difference.
Will it make him feel better? Does he know where Flex is coming from? I think he might do. Oh, and Flex did not catch the fact that he'd ran into the box already. Big moment for Horus, and as I've always said, right, you might be having a rough day, you might be having a rough game. It could be any moment where you're just not feeling too great, but if you can get one round, which is hugely impactful for your team, it doesn't matter. He's won that round all by himself in a way. Sure, Slayer did incredibly well earlier to recover things, but it's a mixture of the two, but he wouldn't have won it without Horus, that's for sure. So, good moment for him to grab. Crazy round for Vitality to win. They're going to need to start finding opening kills a bit more comfortably than how they managed to recover that one, because that's not exactly replicable, that sort of round.
Yeah, definitely a round that relied a lot on individual play there, but for Vitality, that's almost 50% of their game, it seems, at times, so wouldn't put it past them to roll that again. But this time it's actually Snare finds the opening, gets taken down to 30 in the process. But Lionclaw over here in the pillars causing some trouble. He takes down Snake and almost Totson as well, actually. The repeat comes through. Lionclaw good for 2, looking for the 3rd here. Unfortunately, not able to find it. That could have been enough to maybe secure the round if he was able to, but now it's narrowed to a 3-on-3. Slayer and Snare quite low on HP, so LCK does have the slight advantage on the push here, especially if they're able to sneak their way in towards this A bomb site. The problem, however, is Horus. He's going to be playing in the deep corner of site, and they've got Snare holding on to the vent position. So this is a really good trade potential if they come through this A door.
In comes the push, and there goes Snare already. And that makes things very difficult. Horus can't hold on, just like that, round over. And LCK once again make a good call. They pick it together. They don't go one by one. And with that, they're going to once again keep Vitality at finger's length. It's always been one round. Or 2, other than when they obviously had that 3-0 start at the beginning of the game. Now, they can continue in this pattern for the end of New Compound, then we could have the possibility of Ankara.
It's definitely seeming like a strong possibility at this point, the way they've been playing. Vitality, unfortunately, just not able to hold on there to that A bomb side. A lot of it came down to, though, I feel like Snare in that position, he could have just held the angle with the TRG versus going for the flash and getting caught a little bit off guard. But this time, he's going to hit the shot right out of the gate, takes down Flex, and that's the Vitality aggression we were looking for. LCK going to try and capitalize on it, but it's actually has caused them to funnel into a bit of a tight spot now. They've got one player behind them in mid, and the rest of the collapse coming through onto the B-bomb side. Everybody going to be able to shift an anchor here, but the Lurk has already been taken down by Spoxy, so at least there's a chance to rotate out of here for LCK now, but at the same time, they've still kept Horus in this mid tower, so Vitality, even though they don't have necessarily the strength in the fight, they do have a really nice position to work with in this round now for Horus.
Yeah, that's very easily could come into play as we see the mid-round play out. They're already manoeuvring themselves back, and if Horus just makes sure to stay put and not get too antsy, he should be fine for at least a 1. Maybe an unexpected one at that as well. And a great setup over toward the B side of the map as well for Vitality. Snake on the low ground with Totsin, Snare on the high ground. They are now creeping in toward where Horus is playing from. If he gets a 1 here, it already will alert. Exactly, will alert what's going on to the other side, but Horus actually makes it 2 from that window position. It was a power position for more than the 1. And look at where Snake is repositioned to. Really good flash, but it's not going to hurt him too much longer. Snare's shooting, so Snake realizes that he needs to shoot too. And Vitality with some really good reads there will once again close the gap to 1.
Yeah, at this point, it's still anybody's for the taking here. Horus, they're doing a great job of holding on to that key position, and now Vitality again getting the opening pick onto Flex, who's been struggling these last couple of rounds to get anything done. And you top that off with Snare able to pick himself up a nice kill onto Kiko, who, since the ace he had earlier in this match, hasn't been very activated since, so would love to see a little bit more from him, but for Vitality in this round, they've got everything set up perfectly in store to try and tie this one out, but Spoxy going to try and put a little bit of a wrench in that, takes down Snare early. Horus as well continuing to struggle on these solo fights. It's going to be taken up to a 3-on-3 here for LCK. There's now an opportunity to capitalize on.
Yeah, that would be a really annoying one for Vitality to drop, considering they, as I said before, just been playing catch-up this entire second half. This would have been the round to close it to 7-all. But let the early portion slip. One will now be herded back toward this A plane. This is exactly what LCK put into practice before. They played the 3v3 out for a little while and then grouped up and went A. Snake, he's going to need to be ready for this. It's a good angle to play from, which might not be cleared by Dezane, and there we go. Now maybe if he holds on for one more, it would be even better, but Lionclaw does remove him. So now Slayer knows what's up. They don't need to commit though, so the whole 50 seconds left to go. And already that has forced a rotation over from Totsin. Maybe trying to catch that push back through middle with that grenade from Totsin, especially considering the knowledge that Lionclaw and Spoxy are both low. But it's going to have to be Slayer to hold on.
Yeah, Slayer, he's got the HP advantage, though, to work with, even though it's a 1v2 on the site for him. So if he can just play a little bit carefully, he might get them both in. There you go. Line them up, shoot them down. It's going to be 2 one-taps to get the job done. And Vitality, they are right back into it with a tie. And I think that's the difference that we've seen throughout this map so far. It just feels like Vitality, when they need to be patient, they're just playing the timing perfectly on this second map.
That's a good point, right? I mean, they know there they just didn't need to force the issue. Slayer had the line. And it's not like he played a normal position from like the window, for example, and just played it like he would play at the early round. He realised, okay, they're going to be scrambling a little bit to try and find the gap, hoping to try and find a site where we're not residing in. But if I just hide on the site in a more unpredictable position, maybe it's going to work. And again, the change up here, going aggressive with Totsin and Slayer. They managed to get 3 kills very, very quickly, and Totsin continues to hold the line. Unexpected situation for Flex that Totsin's got that sniper picked up on that occasion, and Vitality about to creep into the lead again.
Yeah, overall, just a tough situation for Kiko now in this one. He does scoop up the C4, but he's got to work his way through a sea of players to have any chance at winning this round. Horus is going to be that first point of contact, and the last of the round as well. Vitality, for one of their first times in this map, taking control of it, and now an 8-7 lead. So even though it seemed like a struggle to get here, they do have a chance to still close this 2-0 after all.
And this is the favoured side, right, Kyle? Like, more often than not, on New Compound.
Oh, absolutely.
So it wouldn't surprise me in any way, shape or form if they're able to grab it here. That's what they do, right? That's what the best teams in the world do. Or at least best teams in this league do. Vitality, they're known for, if it gets close, they'll ramp up an extra 5%. And that's what they've done in the last few rounds, that's for sure.
Yeah, right now for Vitality, especially with Spoxy down and out, that's the key entry out of the picture for LCK. Kiko on half, and Snare potentially seconds away from finding a nice little shot onto Flex here. They've got to be very careful on the LCK side of things. They're hoping Snare might move out of position off the mid-peak, but that's the difference in Vitality. They don't move. They trust their team to hold the line on the other side of the map, and they're all going to be able to anchor successfully to put that 9th on the board. So it is a match point opportunity now for Vitality. They're going to have 2 to try and close this one out, but LCK, this is their last chance to show us what they've got left, and it's already going to be on the back foot with Flex down and out.
Oh, look at the extra level that Vitality can just get. Can muster up within themselves when the game gets close. And look how easy it's going to end as well, actually. That's crazy, man. They're just so good. They're just so damn good. Kiko is last alive. 1 versus 5 it would be. He got an ace earlier, but it would be crazy if he got any more kills from here. He does find one on Horus, but line is being held. Too many players to face. And once again, Vitality are the difference, aren't they? LCK fought brilliantly. They had a lead at the beginning of the game, then Vitality answered back, and then we thought, oh, okay, LCK are holding them at bay at the beginning of the second half. Not the case. And once again, the expertise of Vitality will be more than enough to get the game done. And of course, I mean, they're already confirmed in that playoff semi-final anyway. The upper bracket to skip around, that'll just obviously make it a bit more painful for LCK now, because I think it means that they're below Nemesis and will be confirmed below Nemesis in that position right after that result. So a bit annoying for them. Obviously, that was the one thing they wanted from this particular matchup, but didn't get it. And of course, now they have to play that one extra round. We'll see how that will go in the future, but for now, it's done for us two. We'll throw it over to the panel to finish off the broadcast. Cheers.
Yeah, thanks Trav and Kyle for this series, and yeah, it just looked like that the series went back and forth between Vitality and LCK. Early on we saw LCK dominating Vitality by a bit, like a small bit. They had the upper hand, then Vitality just got the best out of them. I know we saw an ace, But after that, like, he unleashed the demon. Like, before the ace, Vitality looked like, yeah, they're having fun, they're a bit shaky, but after that, like, you asked for it.
Yeah, generally speaking, I think this is kind of the thing with Vitality is that sometimes they are more than happy to coast to like 80%. And when they're really kind of backs up against the wall a little bit, as it did feel towards the tail end, like LCK were looking a little bit sharp. And as these two sides were trading rounds, it always felt like there was kind of a chance that LCK could just use that to see themselves off and push it in towards a third. But Vitality, they found a second win. And those few that they found right towards that tail end of that map on New Compound, very, very solidly done, right? And this is the thing, for Vitality, sometimes they can coast at about 80%, but when they're required, they find that extra level, they step it up, and that's what we got from them. So a really, really good showing right at that tail end. I think with Vitality, it's just huge for them just to have off the back of a loss. Obviously, last week, you bounce back, you take down the second best team, or they're technically the on paper second best team, but actually now seeded the number 3 team heading in towards playoffs. And as Trav was kind of talking about, and we discussed coming in towards today, that was the real repercussions of this game. A loss for LCK does mean that they have to start now in the upper bracket round 1, rather than if they had got a win today over Vitality, they would have skipped all the way to the upper bracket round 2 with Nemesis going into the upper bracket round 1. So now Nemesis, they're second seed overall, they'll start in that second round of the upper bracket. LCK have to start in the first round. But I've said it all kind of day, and I think it'll be the case in towards the playoffs. I don't think it's going to make a difference. I think LCK will still pick up a pretty comfortable win in their opening game. I think potentially might be against 3BL in that one. Whether it's 3BL or Anubis, I think they'll be fine. That is that match against Nemesis LCK that I have big expectations for. That could be a really, really important one.
Yeah, and I believe that LCK will play versus Nemesis after they play their first game. And I don't want to jump over steps like Anubis. They said they have a lot of strats. They have it still to show in the playoffs. They hope for the first place in the league itself, I believe. Funny enough, through the course of the last 10 years, they only got to win that one time. So those hopes are pretty low for Team Anubis, but at the same time, I love the confidence and hope that we see some competitors to LCK and of course Vitality to the top 3 internationally. Hopefully we can see some of them do really good stuff in EWC, and here we can see the replays. Horus started pretty short. It felt so hard for him to pick up the pace. He had a really tough starting, whether in game or outside the game. He had some issues to log in his client, and those highlights just shows us how can this game turn around in just 1 or 2 bullets. And Todson on this one, he was just taking 2 separated 1v1s, and after that, I remember this round he got a 3rd kill with TRG, and yeah, that's just Todson stuff.
Yeah, no, exactly that. You can just see just at times what we get really from this Vitality side, where their individuals can step up. I think on the flip side for LCK, they looked a lot sharper in towards this map. It looked really a lot kind of more competitive, at least from the get-go as well. And that trading around is always quite scary, but you can see for Vitality where there came this sort of moment of okay, we actually need to lock in now. We need to really start to find our form. And that's what I was saying kind of coming in towards this map, especially on a map like New Compound. Their mid to late rounds are really, really good, and ends up being another 10-7 for them. And you run through some of these highlights, but look at the stats as well. Slayer, great performance from him. Todson looked super, super sharp as well. Snake not only calling well, but playing very well is great to see. Flip side, it's a much better map from Spoxy. He went a little bit missing in towards map number 1. He picked it up here. However, Dezane, Lion Claw couldn't have the same level of impact. And with that being said, it's Vitality who sort of just brute forced their way forward to a 2-0 here.
Yeah, of course, 2-0 for Vitality. We have seen that back in Phase 1. We have seen it a lot between those two teams. It's always going back and forth. And I remember, yeah, you can win in the regular season, you can win in Phase 2. But the most important thing is, can you get the title or not? That's the question for Vitality. And of course, we have our set MVP, Slayer. And I believe we got the same guy as a match MVP, since we had him as the first match MVP, if I'm not mistaken. I believe, yeah, that was the case. So yeah, Slayer just picking the pace and putting Vitality on the right foot, right place to be in. And now we're heading into the playoffs, and I believe when it comes to playoffs, we have a lot of calculations, a lot of respect for the team, since starting from the playoffs you will see best of 5, so there is no more best of 3s, no more 4 maps out. You need to show your map pool on the playoffs.
Yeah, no, exactly that. I mean, that's where you start to really get in towards kind of like the difference between like decent sides, actually the top tier teams. Actually, when you see the depth of map pool, that's been a bit of an issue that we've had in the West League in the past, and I wonder what it will be like as well, because you're always going to expect teams to have like 1 or 2 maps up their sleeve that they're really solid on, and then maybe like another map that they're okay with, and then it's the depth of the map pool. And that's where teams like Vitality are actually really good. They've got such a deep map pool that they can fall back on. They've got these international reps that are very, very good for them, and it's always been a very helpful thing for this side within the West League, and hence the reason why this Vitality team has been so dominant, for such a while. Like if you do get into those best of 5s, they have such an advantage, even over kind of these other teams like your LCKs, your Nemesises, your Knights, because they have more maps that they can fall back on with higher reps and rep counts that even count, including international competition like EWC, like the Grand Finals, something that a lot of the other teams in the West League can't really attest to, because even the teams that do make it internationally, more often than not are getting groups, something that Vitality aren't. Generally speaking, this side are getting out of groups more often than not, especially over the last couple of years, and looking really solid in doing so. So these best of 5s, they are going to become a really big litmus test for how good a side actually is. For basically everybody that isn't Vitality, it's a real test, because how many reps do they actually have, how much prep and deep and depth in terms of strats they actually have in maps that are maybe your 4th or 5th best if you have to go all 5 in the series.
Yeah, and it's pretty hard for other teams, but for Vitality it's a different story. And speaking of Vitality, we're gonna have a small interview with Slayer in a couple of seconds, and I believe he will show on the screen right now. And Slayer, السلام عليكم, ازيك يا صديقي?
عليكم السلام. All good.
All good. Hopefully that you guys had a really interesting series versus LCK tonight. And I know like you weren't prepared to have this match a bit earlier, but like the second game we had a team that forfeited. But anyways, you guys did pretty well. Speak to me and tell me, how was like the start of game number 2? It felt like you guys were not on the same page.
On the same page?
It felt like it went a bit.
I mean, yeah,
it
started like we were not playing like together. We were not taking the fight. There was no chemistry in any of the 3 rounds or 4 rounds. But after that, we just had a small talk and we said that we need to take the fights together. Anyway, we came here to like today to play like for fights and aim, and when we managed to do this, we win.
Yeah, I love it. I wanted to ask you, how was kind of the whole conversation around the team? Obviously, when last week you kind of, that first loss in a long time, right? A year and a bit, right? And you obviously had been on such a good streak. What's the kind of conversation for even you, as a leadership figure within this side and kind of one of the vets, right? What do you say to the guys then coming in towards this week's game against LCK? You picked up your first loss. Is it just a case of it happens, shrug it off, move on? Or was there a bit more of a deeper look into why that loss was picked up and whatnot?
Yeah, I mean, this loss we had last week, and like we didn't give it like 100% potential from our side, and like we kind of blame ourselves in this. But anyway, it doesn't matter the standings, and like we move on.
Yeah, of course, you move on. You're number 1 seed, and for that, like I have a lot of questions for you guys, but like I wanna leave you a lot of time to spend with the guys to, of course, to prepare for the playoffs. And speaking of the playoffs, we always expect Vitality to win the league, like your team is one of the best teams that we have, or like that we represent EU overall. So I want to ask you about the playoffs. I would ask you about where should we see Vitality internationally?
Internationally, okay. I think it's like it's not like competing in our region for sure. It's a bit harder, but we're gonna do our best whenever we have the chance to show our potential. Do it. So just expect the best from us, like the best. That's it.
Fair enough. I want to ask as well, your side of the bracket, it's got Unknights and most likely Anubis. I think if seeding ends up being locked in, I think with that kind of game early, I think it will be Anubis. How are you feeling for that side of the bracket? Obviously, on the other side, Nemesis and LCK, you can avoid those all the way into the upper bracket final. But Unknights most likely going to make it past the Anubis, and then there's a chance that rematch. But it's into best of fives as well, right? Best of fives, you guys have a little bit of a deeper map pool. How excited are you for the chance of a rematch against Unknights after last week?
I am feeling that we're gonna win, and as I said before, that when we lost, we didn't give 100% potential from our side. So that's it. When we play like full focusing, we will win for sure.
Of course, Slayer. You guys are the best in the West, and hopefully we can see you guys with the 4th title in a row. Of course, it's gonna be a new record, and you're gonna be breaking Penguin's record. He's gonna be pretty mad. Thankfully, he's not here today. That guy, you love to see him playing. And of course, Slayer, thank you for your time, and hopefully, we really want to see what you guys can do internationally. And otherwise, any last words for your fans, for Vitality fans, or like for the people that follow you and your team?
I just want to say thank you guys for the support. We really appreciate it, and we're gonna do our best to show you what we really have.
Thank you, Slayer, for your time. Hope that we see you on on the crowning stage, and hopefully we see Vitality, of course, get to the final and of course win the whole thing. Thank you, man, for your time.
Awesome. Always good to check in as well with Slayer as well and Vitality as a whole, but confident, feeling pretty good off the back of a win like that. And yeah, a really, really solid showing, all things considered. So I think for them, now use this as a catalyst in towards the playoffs. They seem pretty confident. With that number 1 seed, they've got a very good run of the bracket. The only potential thing that is there for further hiccup is whether or not can go back-to-back in wins over them. But generally speaking, them picking up a win last week was such a shock out of nowhere. I don't see it really happening again, or the possibility of that. I think second time round, when we get into a best of 5, they're going to have a lot more to fall back on. But with that being said, standings are all but confirmed now as well. So Vitality first place for them. Second, 4-team Nemesis, LCK third, and Unknights fourth from the elite group. We've got Anubis, top end of the contenders group in that 5th spot. In 6th, they've got 3BL Galaxy. Both of those we're making it in towards playoffs, but into relegation, it's Swamp and Imperium, who unfortunately not the season to be had from them. Imperium did finally get a win, obviously recently, which is nice for them, but as a whole, not the start of the season that they would want. So it does mean Anubis will be heading against Unknights in the first round of playoffs. 3BL will be taking on LCK in the first round of playoffs. So very, very exciting. While Vitality and Nemesis will wait in the upper bracket semi-finals. Nemesis on the side of LCK and 3BL, and Vitality on the side of Unknights and Anubis Gaming.
Yeah, of course, those games are going to be pretty interesting, and I really want to say something for Imperium. Look at their score and Vitality's score. That's always day one, and try not to compare your day one with other teams like day 1000. It's just it starts with 1 win, and you still have a room for improvement to get to the other side of the selection, or other side of the net, to have those 9 wins or even get better stats on your season. So that was our standing for the elite group and contenders group, and moving forward we will see the matches that you have just mentioned here, and quite frankly we have some really interesting games that we will see after the bracket. And of course, here we are. We have Unknights versus Anubis, LCK versus 3BL Galaxy, and it doesn't look pretty good for 3BL Galaxy to start the playoffs versus LCK. So probably my side, I will pick LCK 100%. On the other side, Unknights versus Anubis. This one is pretty close.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it will be, personally. I think Unknights should have no issues, in my opinion. I just think they've got more talent on that side. They've got more people to fall back on for me. I think Anubis have proven at times that they can be, fairly strong in this league, but I don't know. I like and I value Unknights as a team a little bit higher. In my opinion, I think they probably at least for my money, I could have no issues. From what I've seen recently, you've got Famous, who is mechanically probably the best player in the entirety of this West League. Obviously, plays on high ping, but doesn't seem to affect him. I think Pietro's coming in towards his own, calling on this side and also playing decently. And HCZ's looked so solid recently that as much as Anubis have a bit of talent themselves, I don't think they compete with Unknights. I think Unknights take that 2-0, and I think they set up a rematch against Vitality.
We'll see. It's just like a matter of days till we see that. Of course, there's gonna be next week. And speaking of next week, next Friday, we have Unknights versus Anubis, the series that we just were discussing, and LCK versus 3BL. Day number 13 of the schedule is gonna be pretty interesting. And to be honest, for me, I expect that Unknights versus Anubis might get a little bit bloody. We might go to match 5, or like we go full distance. I don't know, that might happen, but still, Unknights, as you have mentioned, they have the best player mechanically in the league. They have a really good IGL, one of the best in the West. So it's pretty hard to imagine who's going where. On the other side, they have a really good reformed squad. Like, you got some players from the open qualifiers, you had got some players that played competitively for almost 2 or 3 years, so that's something you can rely on. That's this conversation as for another week, another day, of course. And I really want to thank you so much, Neo. I really want to thank everyone that's part of this broadcast. Of course, our production, they're running pretty late to give us this amazing show, and of course our viewers. So overall, thank you guys, thank you everyone, and see you next week in the playoffs.
This is exactly the kind of game and performance I wanted to see.
This is the Hail Mary.
Every individual player is bringing their A game right now.
That's what I'm talking about. I've had enough of being quiet. I want to get things moving.
The Madison not able to get
Free! Oh my word, straight out through that smoke. Just makes sure Tate has what about risk here? Yes, Trevor very scared going for that twig.